So let's talk a little bit more about this math you're going to see when we do this one together. So the settlement statement at the end of chapter 14, we're going to define some basic closing disclosure terminology. We're going to talk about prorations. You guys may have seen proration math in pre-licensing. We're going to talk about interim interest too. So we're going to talk about some other maths that you're going to see that'll help you get to this big picture of this section of this unit, which is to calculate the closing disclosure. So let's first just start talking about some basic terminology, make sure we're good with what the words mean. A debit is a charge against a party. Whenever you have a debit, it's going to show up as a negative. I asked you guys the other day if we have any accounting or accounting brains on the call, and both of you were quick to say no. So, you know, this is good actually, because accountants at this point in the class tend to struggle. You and I, it's really easy. A debit is a negative, right? Money going out. In accounting world, a debit doesn't necessarily mean that. So I think sometimes my accountants really struggle, especially with this closing disclosure. So it's good that you guys don't have that brain and we don't have to rework it or untrain it.
Yeah, in pre-licensing, I like how it was described. A debit is writing a check. A credit is depositing a check.
That's right. So if a debit is a charge against a party, then a credit is a sum entered in favor of a party. So, you know, to your point, Ronnie, I like to give the examples. If you were to leave this call this afternoon and go to, say, Harris Teeter and pick up some groceries, when you stand at the little box and you pull out your credit card or your debit card and you swipe it, how does that show up in your account? It shows up as a negative, right? It's money coming out. It's a charge against you to Harris Teeter. Now, let's say you check your mail this afternoon and you have a bonus check from work. And you take that check and you run to the bank and you deposit it. How's that money looking on your end? It looks like a credit, right? It's money coming in. So a debit is going to be a charge against you or money going out. A credit is a sum in your favor, money coming in. And that's how, and you'll remember, our closing disclosure shakes out credits and debits to one party. So let's talk about prorations. The big picture of prorations, it just resolves all matters between the buyer and the seller. Let's just pretend for a second that you were buying my house today. You buy my house today. Is it fair for either one of us to pay this year's taxes? Is it fair to me to pay the full year's taxes? No, you're buying my house today. Well, certainly it's not fair for you to pay all year's taxes either. So how are we going to make it fair? We're going to prorate those taxes at closing. We'll look at that math in just a second. In North Carolina, we always consider the seller responsible for the day of closing when I'm prorating between the buyer and the seller. Now, there are some charges that the buyer has that is their charges. They will be responsible for the day of closing. There are some charges that the seller has that's just their charges, and they'll be responsible for the day of closing. So when it's that party's charges, they're responsible for it. The trick here is the seller's responsible for the day of closing when I'm prorating between the buyer and the seller. When we have a shared expense, something between buyer and seller, the seller is the one that gets to pay the day of closing or settlements taxes. Typically, what we prorate in North Carolina, as we've been saying, is this year's taxes. We could, if there's an HOA, HOAs could be monthly, quarterly, annually. All HOAs are different. So for your test or for any practice problems, it'll have to tell you what the HOA dues are, how much per month, per year. Rent is going to be prorated at closing. So if we think this through, rent, unless we're told otherwise, is due the first of the month. So let's say, again, you're buying my house today, but let's just pretend I've had a tenant in place. You buy honoring that existing lease. Yes, you buy with that tenant in place. You're going to take over the terms. The tenant paid me July's rent on July 1st, right? You're buying my house today. On August 1st, you're now the landlord. The tenant pays you. But don't we have to hash out the rent for July? Because today the tenant is mine, tomorrow the tenant is yours. So that's why we have to prorate that month. I, the seller, would owe you some money from tomorrow until the end of the month, whoever the tenant is. Other things that we may typically prorate at closing, we haven't seen this in a long time, but I have a feeling it's going to come back. If the buyer assumes the seller's loan, that means the buyer takes over the seller's loan payment. Why do I think we're going to see this in the future? Because last year, for example, interest rates were originated at a 2 point something, 3 point something. And they're starting to creep up already, aren't they? They're up to 4 point something and 5 point something. 5 years from now, they might be up to 6, 7, 8, who knows? So if you bought a house last year at, let's say, a 3% interest rate, and fast forward 10 years and you go to sell it, and loans are originating at 8%, if your loan is assumable, if the buyer can purchase your home and assume your loan with a 3% interest rate, doesn't that look more attractive than originating a new loan at an 8% interest rate? So if we have to share interest like that, it would be prorated. And again, I mean, there's still risk for the seller. It's not like they just wash their hands of it. There is still risk for the sellers, but in a competitive market, in a competitive neighborhood, that certainly could give the seller an edge, something for the buyer to consider.
It's interesting. I've never had an assumable loan. Every time my doctors come over from the bank, it's marked not assumable. So it's almost, is that at the control of the bank, how they make the loan?
Absolutely. It's not all banks are going to assume. Again, the need may arise. They may have to reconsider. I think ultimately the bank makes more money if they can originate a new loan, right? Because now they can collect new origination fees and But I think there's going to be a need for it. And some of these loans are going to start being assumable again. And the important thing for us to remember, we need to get the seller with their lender. It's going to start with them, right? And they're going to have to pre-approve that buyer. I mean, it's not like they can just let anybody assume the loan. They're going to have to go through a similar process to make sure they can qualify. But it might just rise out of need. It might be one of those supply and demand things that we kind of see coming back. So I'm with you, Deborah. I've never actually seen one, but I wouldn't rule it out just yet. I'll be interested to see where we are in 5 years, 10 years from now, with that being an option. So when we talk about prorating, a true proration is a debit to one party and a credit to the other for the same amount. Again, like Ronnie said, imagine me giving you a check. If I'm handing you a check right now, here you go. It's a debit for my account, right? Because it's coming out of my hand. It's a credit to your account because it's entering into your hand. And it's for the same amount. Did the amount of the check change when it changed hands, when it went from me to you? And that's, if you like the big picture, if you're a visual person like I am, that's what we can imagine happening when we're prorating. One party is paying the other for their share, for their portion. May it be a debit to the buyer and a credit to the seller, or a credit to the seller, debit to the buyer. But somebody is paying somebody else for their portion. And that's why, remember last week when we looked at page 2 of our closing disclosure and we wrote D's and C's, if we fold the paper short side, you can see the buyer's debits and the seller's credits are right here next to each other, or the buyer's credits and seller's debits. And this helps us identify not only when we have to prorate, but we're going to see that the debits and credits are right side by side to each other. We're also, in some of these practice problems, going to look at examples of a double debit. A double debit, neither party pays the other. Both parties pay their fair share. Debit the seller, debit the buyer, and then the attorney will send a check to the county for that year's taxes. So when we see a double debit is when taxes are unpaid and the bill has come out. Who remembers when we typically see the bill? When's the bill come out?
September 1st.
September 1st. So if we have a closing after September 1st and the taxes are not paid, unless we're told otherwise, we're going to do a double debit. We're just going to know that the bills come out, tells us the taxes are not paid. So we're going to do a debit from the seller from January 1st to the day of closing. And then the buyer will have a debit from the day after closing to the end of the year. And again, we'll see that math in just a bit. No longer cushy pre-licensing where we got to use a 360-day year, a 30-day month. Now we're in post-licensing. So we get to use the actual number of days. We get to use a 365 calendar again, not unless you're told otherwise. You may see a practice proration problem in Learn Test Pass that tells you to use a 30-day month, for example. Always do what the problem tells you. But I'm telling you, for your test, your closing disclosure will be a 365-day year.
If the correct way of doing it is 365, why are we even taught 360?
They think they're making it easier for you. I think it causes more confusion.
Okay.
But they've never called me and asked me. But I think they think, well, that way you don't have to remember there's 31 days in January and 28 days in February. It's just 30. So I think they think they're helping. For your guys' exam next week, once you guys get started in the chat, I will tell you there's 31 days in January and 28 days in February and 31 days in March. I will tell you in the chat. So when the math is at the end, so when you guys get to the end, you'll have that number of days in the chat. I would rather you guys focus and spend your energy on learning this stuff and wrapping your brains around it than spinning all your wheels trying to figure out how many days are in September. So I will provide that for you and you can have that. I think the test is pretty intuitive in letting you know how many days, but just so you have that second source right there, I'll have that for you guys. And then, as we said, the seller's responsible for the day of closing. This is so important. Only when we are prorating between the buyer and the seller. Again, if it's a charge to the buyer will get to pay everything, including the day of closing. If it's a charge to the seller, they will get to pay everything, including today, the day of closing. This is just for charges that apply to both things that I'm prorating between the two parties. So let's talk about proration. There's a couple different scenarios. If taxes have been paid by the seller, whoa, excuse me, I bumped my mouse. So taxes have been paid by the seller prior to closing. When I prorate, as I just mentioned, I'm a visual person and I like to see what it is that I'm looking at. So I'm going to draw myself up a timeline here. And in an example of prorating taxes, we got our annual timeline, and the breaking point is going to be the day of settlement. And let's just go to closing today. The seller owns the front part of the year. The buyer owns the latter part of the year. After today, we're going to switch today. So when we prorate, the first thing I do is draw my picture. I draw my arrow, I get my closing date on here so I can see the seller's responsibility and the buyer's responsibility. Please note, I'm not saying the seller pays this and the buyer pays that. I'm just identifying who is responsible for what. And that'll help me, one, determine debit to one party, credit to the other. So the taxes have been paid, which doesn't make sense to go to closing today. Hang on, let me fix that. Taxes have been paid. Let's fast forward in time. And now it's, of course, after September 1st. So let's go to closing on October 29th. There we go. Seller still owns the front part of the year. Buyer still owns the latter part of the year. If taxes have been paid by the seller prior to closing, one of the very first things I do is stop and ask myself, who owes whom? Who owes whom? So if the seller has already paid the taxes for the whole year, who owes whom?
The buyer owes the seller.
The buyer owes the seller for the period of time that they're responsible, right? So in this case, because the seller gets to pay October 29th, the buyer gets to start paying tomorrow through the end of the year. When it comes to counting forward on the timeline, how many days, I tell my pre-licensing class all the time, I have a very highly sophisticated method to help you guys make sure you get these days right. And my method is to actually count it out on your fingers, because it's really easy to look at October and see one day, right? There's one day left in October, but if you really count it out on your fingers, we have October 30th and October 31st. So we got 2 days left in October. There's 30 days in November and then 31 days in December. I can almost promise you that one of your answer choices will be off by a day. So if you don't count your days right, you're going to miss the whole problem. And don't miss the problem because you don't, miss it because you don't know how to do it, right? Don't miss it because you don't count it out right. So just make sure you pay attention to that month. We got, 64 days now that the buyer would owe the seller. This is when we're prorating, credit the seller, debit the buyer. The buyer owes the seller. Yeah.
63, isn't it?
63.
63.
There you go. Thank you. See? So that's just me reminding you guys. No, I'm just kidding. You count your days right. And then at this point, all we would do is just take your annual taxes, whatever that is, divide it by 365. And then we can take that daily tax times 63. And that amount will show up twice on the settlement statement. Once as a credit to the seller, and again as a debit to the buyer. And specifically, it's going to go in K and M, right? Debit the seller, debit the buyer and credit the seller. So it would go both, 2 entries here, one for the buyer and one for the seller. So that's our scenario of taxes have been paid. If taxes have not been paid, there's 2 different scenarios we could see if taxes have not been paid. And again, when I prorate, I like to do my timeline so I can see. Now we can go to closing today. Pretend we go to closing today. Seller owns the front part of the year, buyer owns the latter part of the year. Again, taxes have not been paid. The bill has not come out. So now, again, we got our visual. Now we can stop and ask ourselves, if the buyer is going to be responsible for the taxes later in the year, at settlement, who owes whom? Who owes whom some money?
The seller owes the buyer.
Now we're going to do, that's right. Now we're going to do a debit the seller, credit the buyer. The whole idea of settlement is to settle things between the buyer and the seller. The bill hasn't even come out yet, has it? So we don't know for sure what this year's taxes are going to be. So the best thing we have to rely on is last year's taxes. So we rely on what last year's taxes were. We take that, we're going to prorate it at settlement. Now, fast forward to, I don't know, end of the year. Now, of course, the buyer's taxes are going to be from their escrow account, right? The lender will pay them on their behalf, but that's what we mean by the buyer still responsible. So the bill comes out in September, the buyer will be responsible for the whole year, even though they didn't live here in the front part of the year. And that's why we got to settle things between the buyer and the seller now. Could you imagine the seller's response if the buyer called him in November and said, hey, man, our taxes are due, send me some money? What's the seller going to do? They're going to laugh and laugh and laugh as they're hanging up the phone, aren't they, Ronnie? So this way we can help the buyer get that portion of the money now. This is that much less that the buyer has to bring to closing. So ideally, they're not bringing that to closing. They're setting aside, in their escrow. So they'll have that when the bill comes due at the end of the year. Seller's responsibility is going to be from the first of the year. And again, because we're prorating, they get to be responsible. So you got 31 days in January, 28 in February, 31 in March, 30 in April, 31 in May, 30 in June, 31 in July. Nope, I went too far. 30 in June, and then 18 in July. So however many days, you guys know the knuckle trick. January, February, March, and every time you hit a knuckle, it's 31 days. You don't have to worry about it because I'm going to provide you with the numbers, with the days of the month. So you can, you guys are free to look that up. for any of your homework recommendations. Again, I don't want you getting bogged down on how many days are in March. You adding for me, Deborah? Is that what I see you're doing there? Thank you.
199.
199.
That's what I got in my head. Is that right, Deborah?
Yep, that's what she got on her calculator. Good. So again, you take your annual taxes divided by 365 to get daily. You take the daily times 199. And now we're doing a credit to the buyer and a debit to the seller. So the seller owes the buyer however much that is. The third scenario also is if taxes have not been paid. But now closing has happened after September 1st. So the bills come out, but taxes have not been paid. So once again, we can draw our picture. And I have seen this when I go to closings at like the end of the year. So like a December closing, for example, if taxes aren't paid, I do see this.
But
So now let's, yeah.
I know how you're gonna, I know how you're gonna do this. It's a debit to both, but what happens on the seller's end if they as well have an escrow and the bills come out and the bank has it and they're preparing to pay it out, it's scheduled to pay, but it hasn't been received by the tax file? Like, how does that reconcile? I know I may be jumping ahead of you, but that's always like, but that would be my case if this were my scenario.
So probably what'll happen, and it might depend from lender to lender, but probably what'll happen is once they get it all hashed out, then they will just send the seller a check for whatever they have left in escrow. So if there's a credit, then they'll, reimburse them. They'll after it's all calculated and they know what's left.
But what if the bank says the check to the tax office has been processed, but the tax office hasn't received it? And then in a day, tax office receives it and then they apply, but yet you've already, how does that ever happen?
I'm sure it does. And I don't know, again, I like to think the tax office would say, gee, we got paid twice on this one property. So let's, send some money back. I don't know exactly how it works on their end, but I'm sure it does, because you got closings happening at the same time that these bills are getting paid and processed. So I'm sure it can. And I would just like to think that people would reimburse it.
The reason I'm mostly asking that, have you ever seen where the bank will send an affidavit indicating that they have already processed while the bill has not been received by the tax office, escrow has paid out? And
no, I have not seen that.
Okay.
But they would basically, in a sense, they would have received it twice, right? So yeah, and same thing with the, because closings happen at the end of the year. So, as this is being processed and coming through, be interesting to see. But somebody should get some money back. I think in this case, somebody should get some money back. May that be the lender if it's coming from them, before the payoff. But yeah, if there's anything left in the escrow, then it should go back to the owner of the escrow, which in this case would be the seller. So we got closing on December 2nd. You guys can count out all those days if you want to. But you got the seller would be debited from January 1st to December 2nd. The buyer would be debited from December 3rd to the end of the year. The two debits together should equal the total tax bill for the year. And then because in this case of a double debit, because it's not going from one party to the other, the buyer's not paying the seller, they're both paying their own. It would actually be on page 1, because in this case, we're going to pay, for example, Forsyth County. So it'd be a debit to both parties on page 1. The attorney is just going to send one check into the county for the taxes. Typically where I've seen this, there's no wrong place to put it, but usually I see it under H as in Heather for a write-in. So you would actually have to write in, seller's taxes, debit the seller at closing X amount, buyer's taxes, And again, the two together will equal the bill for Forsyth County.
So in F, there's actually a slot that says property taxes.
F is prepaid.
Okay.
So that's if you were going to go ahead and pay a portion of 2023 taxes, that's what we mean there, but they're due now.
Ronnie, yeah, that section would be where they're gonna bring money to front load their escrow.
And
Thank you.
actually, we would put that in G, initial escrow. So when we're going to front load, we're going to cushion their escrow account. We're going to put that in G.
Oh. Yeah, E has to do with recording of the deed.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, okay.
Yep, recording and then your excise tax. I've not seen a case with prepaid.
No, I was.
Either,
Yeah.
you're paying this year and then you're putting some in the escrow. So usually what I see is either H, double debit as a write-in, or they're on, page 2.
Yeah, I see no upside in prepaying next year's taxes.
Exactly. And even in real life, in my personal experience, I've never ever seen that field filled in. So how much is it used? I don't know. From my own personal experience, none. So questions on prorating? Again, who owes whom? When they've not been paid, that's what we got to stop and ask ourselves. Has the bill come out yet? If they've not been paid, we got to ask ourselves when the bills come out. The other math we're going to see is something called interim interest. Interest is charged in arrears, which means when you guys made your mortgage payment on July 1st, you paid June's interest. When you make your mortgage payment on August 1st, you're paying July's interest. Interest is paid in arrears. I always tell my pre-licensing students to think about where your rear is. Your rear is behind you, isn't it? So when you're making your mortgage payment, you're always paying the month behind. Because the lender originated the loan today, the day of closing, they're going to want to collect interest before the first mortgage payment is due. So again, let's draw our timeline. Let's draw a picture here. And if we go to closing today, being the 18th, whenever a new loan is originated, the homeowner or the borrower, the borrower gets to skip the first. So if we go to closing today, we originate a new loan today, there is no mortgage payment on August 1st. Their first mortgage payment is on September 1st. We always skip the first. Interest is paid in arrears. So when they make their mortgage payment on September 1st, they're paying August interest. Do I have everybody with me so far? The lender is going, whoa. What about my interest that you owe me for the rest of July, for the rest of the month of closing? And that is what interim interest is. Interim interest is always the day of closing to the last day of that month. Interim interest is the borrower's opportunity to get caught up on their interest payments. So now they make that interest payment for the rest of July, no payment on August 1st, first mortgage payment on September 1st, and they're paying August interest. So if we count our days, I got the 18th, 19th, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, and 31. So the buyer will owe their lender for 14 days of interest. Everybody good so far? 14 days, getting them caught up. That's all we're doing. To calculate daily interest, if you take the loan amount or the balance times the interest rate, you get annual interest. And then we will just divide that by 365 to get daily interest. So the balance on day one is going to be the loan amount. How much did the borrower bring? I'm sorry, how much did the lender bring for the borrower to close today? So on day one, the balance is the loan amount. So you just take that times the interest rate, gives you annual interest divided by 365 to get daily. Whatever your daily interest is, you times that by 14. And then that's a prepaid. That's on page 1. Actually, that is your prepaid interest, Ronnie. Interim interest is your, there we go. Interim interest, yeah, I've never seen the property taxes. But under F as in Frank, F3,
Yeah.
prepaid interest, X amount per day. And that would be a borrower paid at closing. Anytime you're dealing with anything from the lender, that it's going to be of the loan amount. The lender doesn't care about the purchase price. They care about the loan amount. And we'll see all this in our blank CD in just a second. Any questions so far? It's good stuff, isn't it? All right. Yeah. All right. So.
I like the math. It's the Latin, not so much.
I think we got a pretty clear. So let's do this. Again, this is in Learn, Test, Pass. I'll show you again where all this is before we're going to go, or when we're done here. But what we're going to do now is do a nice side by side, and you guys have your blank CD if you'd like to, you know. So I know sometimes people learn better by doing along. Some people learn better just by taking it all in and absorbing. Remember, no matter how you learn, we are recording. So if you want to go back through and watch that, you can. And then I do have more practice for you guys that we'll look at in just a bit. So when you're doing these, you're going to have, pretty sure for your exam too, it's just a bullet point. If it's not a bullet point, it's like one big run on paragraph. But I'm pretty sure your exam is a bullet point. When you do these, don't skip around. Start at the top and work your way down. When you skip around, it's easy to skip something. Some students try to go through the CD and find the information from the problem to plug in here. Don't go that way. Go with the problem and plug it in as you see it on the CD. I think we all know by now that every transaction is different. So if you're looking for, I don't know, loan information, there's some cash buyers out there sometimes that don't even have loan information. So if you just go in order of the problem and do what the problem's telling you, and then fill this in as you go. So we have, let's see, we're told to use 365 day calendar. Our settlement date is November 23rd. I tend to like to write the date on the top of both pages, just because I know I'm going to refer back to that date, and that may save me some precious test time. So when I have my blank CD in my hand, I like to write the date, November 23rd at the top. So first off, we have the purchase price, the sales price, no personal property. I got a purchase price of $249,650. What's the purchase price going to shake out? How's that going to look on my closing disclosure? What do you guys think we're going to do with that?
Page 2, K.
So I got page 2, K1.
Mm-hmm.
I got a sales price due from the borrower. Am I going to do anything else with it?
Yeah, right beside of it. M1.
M1, that's right. So that sales price is one of those double entries, which means we're going to see it 2 times. It's going to show up as A, debit to the buyer and a credit to the seller. Isn't that the whole gist of our sales contract? The buyer promises to pay the seller X amount. So it's a debit to the buyer, credit to the seller. When I plug these numbers in, especially on page 2, I like to put my numbers on the end so I can see them. Sometimes people will try to put them like here and here, and they're kind of like all over the place. But if I put mine on the end, then I can see them and do that straight line adding. So just trying to share some tips and tricks that I've picked up along the way over the years. Questions on the sales price? Why we did what we did with the sales price?
No,
Double
but
entry.
it'd be nice to be able to check off that, to know you've done it.
I know. Yeah. And that's the hard thing about being online. So, you know, what I do say to you there is you have scratch paper. So you can feel free to utilize your scratch paper if you want to write SP and then check mark, you know what I'm saying? So if you want to utilize your scratch paper, back in the day, even with paper tests, I wouldn't let you write on them. So you had your, you had your scratch paper then as well.
Are
That
you
way I
able,
could read
are you
anything
able to
else.
do, when you're on the test, are you able to do a print screen and print to your printer so you could just have a print of that and mark it?
Mm-mm.
Okay.
No, scratch paper. Okay. Next up, we got $2,471 real property taxes paid by the seller before closing. We're told to prorate. So first thing I like to do when I see the word prorate is just draw my picture, draw my graph so I can see what it is that I'm looking at. And the dividing point, the dividing factor is the day of closing, which is November 23rd. Seller owns the front part of the year. Buyer owns the latter part of the year. And the problem tells me paid by the seller before settlement. So now I can stop and ask myself, if the seller has paid the whole year's taxes, the seller's already paid, who owes whom?
The buyer owes the seller for 38 days.
So we're going to do a debit the buyer, credit the seller. And then we're going to do from the day after to the end of the year. So now we got November 24th, 25th, 26th, 27, 28, 29, and 30. So there's 7 days in November, 31 days in December. So the buyer would owe the seller for 38 days, 7 days left in November. You guys see how easy it is to look at that and see 6 days left in November? It's
Mhm.
really easy to look at that and see 6. And that's why I want you counting it out. There's no shame in counting on your fingers. You got them. Use
So
them.
debit the buyer and credit the seller $257.25.
So now we're going to take, yep. So now we take our annual taxes divided by 365 to get daily. Let me see, 2471 divided by 365, and I get daily of 6 point, I'm going to say 77. And they round a little differently than me. So times 38 days. And you said what, Ronnie?
I said
257?
257.25, but there again, please double check me.
I got 26. So we probably got off somewhere from rounding. You're not going to miss a question by rounding alone. So in other words, you're not going to have an answer choice of 257.26 and then another answer choice of 257.25. Right? They're not going to be that close. So as we just worked out, this is a debit to the buyer, credit to the seller, which means it goes in K is in Kelly. We don't have, for our practice problems in your exam, I don't know what city and county taxes are. You guys see that where they got that all broken down. So for our purposes, we're just going to put one amount in the 257.26. In practice, in real world, you're going to see this broken down with city, county, fire, school district, whatever taxes. And it's another double entry. And in this case, it is a debit to the buyer, and credit to the seller. So we're seeing the same amount.
And it's all because it's been paid by the seller. That's the whole key.
This is paid by the seller before closing. That's right. That's right. So now the buyer owes the seller for those 38 days. That's the key. Questions, comments, how I got it, where I put it, where I did? Days, daily. A little bit of work to do with taxes, but you know. Okay. Can I erase the pink? Everybody have the pink there? All right. Up next, we got the due diligence fee. What do I know about my due diligence fee?
Credit the seller.
Credit the seller?
I'm sorry, credit the buyer, because they've
Credit
already,
the buyer. There we go. So, and debit the seller. So this is another double entry. So we're reversing what we did when we went under contract. Remember, when we went under contract, the buyer handed the seller a check. Yes. And so now that we're at settlement, we're going to reverse what we did. So under L is in Larry 6. I got due diligence fee of $500, which will be a credit to the buyer. And then under N is in Nancy 7. I got $500 debit the seller. So credit the buyer, debit the seller. Now the earnest money deposit then, has the seller touched the earnest money deposit? Where's that been while we've been under contract? No,
in trust.
it's just been hanging out in an escrow account, right? So because the seller never touched it, we have nothing to debit them. So at settlement, now that we're here, we're going to do the $3,500 earnest money deposit under L as in Larry, L1, credit to the buyer. We told the buyer when we went under contract, you pay this due diligence and you pay this earnest money back, they will be credited back to you at settlement. So now here we are at settlement, making sure that we're crediting them back. Let's see, I got a seller's loan payoff. Seller owes $138,425. You can see that under N is in Nancy. N4 is payoff of their first mortgage, payoff of their second mortgage. If they had a third mortgage, you would write that in, or other liens. So they have a loan payoff under N4. Private mortgage insurance premium. This is a charge to the borrower from the lender. This is, I don't even have to look any further. I can tell you this is a conventional loan with a loan to value ratio of 80% or higher. PMI is what the lenders charge, conventional loan, 80% or higher. This lender is collecting the premium up front. So I got $840. If we go up to page 1, this is going to fall under a prepaid. And this is going to be F as in Frank 2, our mortgage insurance premium of $840. And you'll note, I'm going to go back up for 1 second. We'll come back down here. But you'll note the column I'm putting it in is borrower paid at closing. So my borrower paid at closing, F2. And if you want to fill this stuff out here, like you can do 12 months, it's not going to show up.
But you really have the information here to do it.
Say it again.
You really don't have the information on what we have here to do it.
Well, we know that premium is that first year, you know. I guess the point I was going to make is I don't care if you fill this stuff in or not. What we're looking for is making sure that these numbers add up, that these numbers are right. Same thing, you know, you may or may not see them in practice from the attorney. But we're going to make sure that these numbers add up. Homeowners insurance premium, again, we now know that that's for the first year. So that's another prepaid. So F1, Frank 1. And that's going to be $684, borrower paid at closing. Who pays the deed preparation fee?
The seller.
Seller pays to have it prepared. Yep. So we go back up into C for cat. C2 is deed preparation. And we're going to put this under seller paid at closing. We have $500 in excise tax. Who pays excise tax?
Seller.
Seller. So we look under E as in Elizabeth, E2. There's our excise tax, seller paid at closing, $500. This problem was really nice in giving you the excise tax, wasn't it? What if they
Yeah.
don't tell you the amount? Do you guys know how to do, remember how to do that?
Yeah, as a matter of fact, I just double checked them.
Okay, good, good. So you started with the sales price. There's two different ways to do it. The way I think the easiest way to do it is to take your sales price at $249,650, divide by 500. It's always divisible by 500. And the key to excise tax is you never have change. So when I took the sales price of $249,650 and divided by 400, I got $499.30. So the trick is to round up. Always round up to the next whole dollar.
And
It's
for me,
500, isn't it?
Yes.
for me, it's
500.
easier to round up the sale price and then divide by 500.
There's been some confusion about rounding up to the nearest 500. So I've started teaching it this way. I don't care. As long as you get 500, I don't care. Or you could round up the sales price to 250 and then divide it by 500.
Like I said, that's easier for me.
Perfect. Perfect. So we're good there. Let's see, there's a survey for $400. Surveys under C as in cat, C5. Survey is part of the buyer's due diligence. And anything during the buyer's due diligence is going to be a debit to the buyer unless we're told otherwise. So buyer paid at settlement. There, oh, no, 400 for their survey. There's a $450 home warranty to be paid by the seller. Home warranties, they pretty much got to tell us who's paying for those. So if we come down here under H, I'm still on page 1, but if I look under H as in Heather, H3 is the home warranty. And we got seller paid $450. And then there's each party's courier fees. So there's an overnight to the buyer's lender and a payoff to the seller's lender. Each party gets to pay their own fee. So again, we're under H as in Heather. There is $30 for the seller and $30 for the buyer. Usually not uncommon at closing to see some kind of courier fee, wire transfer fee, something along those lines. Doing good so far? Questions so far? I got $650 attorney's fee. Who pays the attorney's fee?
The buyer.
The buyer. The buyer hires the attorney. So we're back up under C as in cat. C1 is the attorney's fee. And then we got title insurance, and we got two different policies. We got one for the lender and one for the owner. Remember, today they're the buyer, tomorrow they're the owner. Title insurance picks up once they purchase. So it's an owner's policy. The lender will have a policy as well. The owners for as long as they own the property, the lenders for as long as there's a loan. Usually what we can do is just add these together because the buyer gets to pay for both of them. So there's $505.40 for the lender policy and $64.60 for the owners. And then together under C3, C is in cat, we can put in, and you can set lenders and or owners policy, $570.
So would you forget about the 90 cents? Oh, there was no 90 cents. Okay, never mind.
Yes,
It-
I would. No.
Yeah. In that scenario, would you strike through the or for lenders and or owners policy? Just
You could, yeah, you could, because it would show that you had both policies. And again, Ronnie, I've seen some where they're broken down, where there's two different entries here, and I've seen some, in practice where they just kind of lump them all together. So one thing you guys are going to learn, especially once you start going with your preferred attorneys, you're going to start learning how they do it, their style, I guess. The challenge is going to be when you work with a new attorney for the first time, because you might see some differences. But again, as long as you have an idea of what you're looking for. But yeah. Let's see, we got some recording fees. I got $82 in recording fees, $26 for the deed and $56 for the deed of trust. The buyer pays to have the deed recorded and the deed of trust. So if we look under E for Elizabeth, E1, and again, you can split these out if you want to. So there's 26 for the deed, 56 for the deed of trust. Buyer pays for both, which 26 plus 56 should equal 82. Yes. So we have buyer paid at closing, $82, E1. And then we have commission, 6% of the sales price. So we need to go back up in the problem just a little bit, be reminded that our sales price is $249, $650. We're going to take 6%. Seller pays commission unless we're told otherwise. So under H1, H is in Heather, we have a total commission of $14,979. In the real world, you're going to see the commission broken up between the different firms. So in the real world, it's going to say firm ABC gets X amount and firm XYZ gets X amount. But for our purposes, and if you want to split it, you can. But for our purposes,
What's said to be divided, so is it not one in this, is it not hinting to be divided equally? So it's,
yeah, do you want to do that? So let's do that.
I mean, if you're gonna put the numbers in,
74, 89, 50, and then 74, 89, 50.
But either way, the math's going to add up the same.
That's what I care about.
now where is the commission line on the pages?
H is in Heather, H1,
I'm on the other page, sorry. That's
because you and I are a third party, right? So we're going to be on page 1. It's weird to think of us as a third party, but we are. In my mind, I'm the party. Questions so far? Yeah,
But compared to the life Deborah's leading, we have nothing.
that's right. She's got the party. That's right.
Yeah, we have nothing.
All right, before
I'll
we
be
get
jealous, Ronnie. I'd rather have nothing too.
before we get into financing math, let's go ahead and take our break. So I got 12:35, so let's come back at 12:45 and we'll talk some financing math and I'll finish this one up. It's going pretty good. So let's take 10. Give Deborah another minute.
I'm
You
sorry.
working right along? You working along on it? Are you working ahead on it?
No, I'm just being a smart.
Oh. There you go. Deborah, there you go. You're on mute. You're on mute.
I'm sorry, I was in a daze. I was here. I didn't even leave. I just been sitting.
Well, look at your screen. Ronnie's got a gift for you.
Oh, what is that?
Cookies and bourbon.
Oh, okay, Ronnie. So here's a little insider joke, and I love Little Debbie oatmeal pies. I mean, absolutely, they're dangerous to have in the house because I would eat them all. But growing up, my name is Deborah, and I was this teeny, tiny little petite thing. And I rode the school bus in accounting with a bunch of bullies. I mean, they're not, but in young age, everybody can be a bully, right? And so when I would get off the bus, they would all start singing out the window, "Little Debbie has a snack," because they would call me Debbie instead of Deborah. And because I was so tiny, so that was my picked on name when I was younger. So thanks for that, Ronnie.
That's funny.
But I do love though. And to this day, my closest friends, if someone meets me for the first time and they happen to be there, they introduce me as Deborah. But if that person turns around and calls me Debbie, they quickly pull them to the side and say, that is not her name. I don't like being called Debbie, but people want to do that.
They,
Go
yep,
ahead,
they
just a
do.
little, just a little.
That's funny.
Just
That's
a little,
funny.
If you want to get on my wife Barbara's bad side, call her Barb.
Oh
Barb,
my gosh,
It don't work.
that's funny.
no.
You need to be invited to use nicknames, I think, you know?
Well, I mean, you know what's funny, in the professional world, I worked in the financial sector, and I was Deborah. I've been Deborah all my life, and anyone I've ever met, I've never called myself Debbie. And if I had to write along like an email of an update or send someone something, and I signed it, my signature was Deborah. At the time it was Whitlock, vice president, why have you, they would send back a response, Debbie.
Like, no.
And so you know what? I would sit on it, and I would sit on it. Intentionally, I would be a B. I would be a B with a bunch of X's after it. And then I wouldn't respond. And it'd be days, and I'd get a phone call. Hey, I didn't get a response from you. I said, really? I don't remember getting that. And they said, well, we sent this, and I went and looked at it. I said, oh, I thought you were sending that to Debbie. I didn't know who that was. That's how I would get my point across. And then you know what? That person would never do it again.
There you go. That's funny. So Deborah and
You know,
and
I
Ronnie,
know
we're
it's
gonna-
I know it sounds like such a simple thing, but your name is all you have.
exactly,
And that's not my
exactly,
name.
exactly. I understand. That's it's part of the reason my parents named me Julie. There's fewer nicknames you can get, because at one point they were tossing around Jennifer, but you think of, Jen, Jenny, all those. So that's part of the reason now, of course, they got Jules. That's what they call me at my sales office is Jules. And this was a way to figure it out, but that's all right.
I know.
All right. So we talked about commission. So now we're on financing. We're getting a $212,000 conventional 30-year loan with a fixed interest rate of 6.5%. What are we going to do with this loan amount? Think about what's happening to this 212,000 on the day of settlement. What's happening to this money on the day of settlement?
Well, you got to figure out your interim interest.
Well, I'm getting there. We're not there yet, though.
Well-
Isn't the lender? Yeah, go ahead.
Let me read this again. Yeah, so
Financing 212,000 conventional 30-year loan with a fixed interest rate of 6.5%.
the lender's gonna be a good 45 to 60 days to establish just getting the mortgage put in and finalized. So they're gonna need the interim interest from the day of closing till the first to the very last day of the month.
I'm getting interim interest. We're not there yet.
Okay.
What are we doing with the $212,000? Doesn't the lender have to show up with that money on the day of settlement on the buyer's behalf? Isn't how they can buy the house, right? Because the lender is going to do a wire transfer. So that's money coming in. Think of the settlement statement as a snapshot of today, the day being a settlement. So if we look back to page 2 under L is in Larry, L2 is a place for the loan amount. And I think the loan amount is one of the easy ones to skip, as you guys both just tried to do. Thank you for proving my point. Don't skip that loan amount, because without that $212,000, I can't buy the house today. You guys with me? So we need that money to come in from the lender. Okay, now that we have the money, the lender's going to want to collect interim interest. If we're going to settlement on November 23rd, when is this borrower's first mortgage payment going to be due?
January the 1st.
Happy New Year, right? So they're not going to have a mortgage payment on January 1st. Their first mortgage payment is going to be, on December 1st, skip the first. Their first mortgage payment will be January 1st that will pay December's interest. So at closing for interim interest, we need to collect interest from the day the loan was originated to the end of the month. Interim interest is always from the day of settlement to the last day of that month. Never go into the next month. So now we got the 23rd, 24th, 25th, 26th, 27, 28, 29, and 30. We got 8 days that the borrower owes their lender for interim interest. Questions so far on how we got the number of days? Everybody good? Now we need to figure out how much. So we start to calculate interest. You always start with the balance. In this case, the balance is the loan amount. So we have the balance or the loan amount of 212,000 times our interest rate is 6.5%. 212 6.5 gives me annual interest of 13,780. We need to take that annual interest and break it down into daily. So I'm getting daily interest of $37.75. We just decided they want to calculate for 8 days. And so we see that the borrower owes their lender for $302. for interim interest. Everybody good with that? How I got the 302?
Yeah, I got 302,003.
So you probably just didn't clear your calculator there. I just said 3775 times 8. But if you do 13,780 divided by 365, you get 37.753424. And when you take that and times it by 8, then you're going to get some change.
Yeah.
So it just depends on whether or not you clear your calculator. Interim interest, back up in F as in Frank. Interim interest is a prepaid. Everybody please look where it says F3. It says prepaid interest. That is interim interest.
Okay.
So you might, that's probably the number one question I get outside of class. Where does interim interest go? It goes under that prepaid interest, F2. And feel free to call me. Never hesitate to call me. F2 or F3. Questions on interim interest?
Other than where it went, that was my only question.
Yep, good. That was that. Deborah, you okay with that?
Yes.
Can I erase the pink? You guys have the math? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, then we got a loan origination fee, 0.75%. Remember, anything to do with the loan is going to be of the loan amount. So to find the loan origination fee, we take 212,000 times 0.75%. I get a loan origination fee of $1,590. 280 application fee. We'll look in 1 second where to put these numbers. So we got an application fee of 280. And then I got one loan discount point. Discount points. One discount point is 1% of the loan amount. 2 discount points is 2% of the loan amount. 4.5 discount points is 4.5% of the loan amount. So the discount points, the number of discount points tells you the percentage of the loan. So 1 discount point, 212 is the loan amount. So we're going to collect, whoops. So we got a loan origination fee, 1,590, an application fee of 280, and then 1 loan discount points. Lender charges are up here under A. So we got our points under A1, which is our discount points. We got our loan origination fee of 1,590. And then we just got to write in application fee of 280. So A1, A2, and A3. A1 is discount points. A2 is your loan origination fee. And then we wrote in application fee. Questions on that? Good. Lender requires initial escrow reserves at closing as follows. They want 4 months of taxes, 2 months of homeowners insurance, and 2 months of mortgage insurance premiums. So all we're going to do with these is go back up into the problem and find our annual amounts. We're going to take the annual amounts and divide them by 12 to get monthly, and then just times by the number of months that they want to keep for the escrow. So first off, we have taxes. And if I look back up a little bit, I'm reminded that taxes were $2,471. So if I take 2,471 divide by 12, I get monthly of 205.92. They're going to violate RESPA and collect 4 months.
No, we're just collecting 2 months twice.
There you go.
We're back in compliance now.
You sound like a good attorney for the lender. So we collected 4 months. Each month is 205.92 times 4 gives me 823.67.
So why wouldn't we use the daily on taxes if, or, because we're calculating to a,
Because we're calculating monthly instead of daily. I mean, you could do, daily and then figure out how many, but we don't know. We don't know how many days because we're not just using 30-day months anymore. So we don't know how many days are in a month. Right. So if we just do 4 months, if we just divide by 12 to get monthly
okay.
and then times by 4.
And does that go G2?
So all of that's right. Everything escrow is going to go G.
Okay.
So let's see, that was property taxes.
Oh,
So that would be
G3.
G3. Uh-huh. And then you have 2 months of homeowners insurance. Again, when we look back up in the problem a little bit, we can see homeowners insurance, the annual premium was $684. Divide by 12 to get monthly. And they want 2 months. $114. And then our PMI while I'm here is the 840 for the first year. Two months. So the 114 was my insurance under G1. For 114, G2 is my PMI or my mortgage insurance. That's all we're doing with escrow, taking the annual amount. Again, this just originates the escrow account one, but it also creates a cushion. So now if taxes go up next year, if homeowners insurance goes up next year, the lender has a little bit of money in cushion. When this first mortgage payment starts on January 1st, the lender will also start collecting a 1/12 of taxes and a 1/12 of insurance and adding to this escrow. So when these bills come due, they have this money to pay on their behalf. Questions on this, on the escrow? Deborah's good. Ronnie, you good?
Mhm.
Okay. The rest of this are expenses paid by borrower before closing. Remember, we said that your appraisal and your credit report are typically paid before closing unless the problem tells you otherwise. Pest inspection and home inspection would usually be paid at closing, but the problem told me otherwise. So we're always going to do what the problem tells me. If you want to put these numbers in, make sure you get them in the right column. And the column they go in is the borrower paid before closing. So if you want to put them in, you don't need to put these in because these aren't testable questions. But if you want to put them in, make sure you put them in the right column. So there's 450 for the appraisal, 55 for the credit report. There's a pest inspection under C, C4 for 65. And then the home inspections down here under H is in Heather, 325. So we've gone through, we've went through the problem and we filled in the blank CD. So now we're getting back to your test. Now that we have all this filled in, we can figure out, remember your 4 test questions. There's 2 on the bottom of page 1. What's the buyer's J? What's the seller's J? And then there's 2 at the bottom of page 2. So the first thing I think we should do is add up our borrower paid at closing and our seller paid at closing. So let's add our J's. And again, if you want to sub add, if you want to do the way the worksheet, the closing disclosure tells you to, or you can add straight down. Doesn't matter to me, as long as we all get the same number at the bottom of page 1. So what did you guys get for the bottom of page 1? Buyer paid at closing.
I got 93.2570.
We're a little off there. What'd you get, Deborah?
Got $18,076.68.
Okay, so let's go back through the buyer paid at closing. For A, we got discount points of $2,120. I got a loan origination fee of $1,590 and an application fee for $280.
So I got $39.90 on that.
Right. That's what I got subtotal.
Okay. And then under C, we got $650 for attorney's closing fee. Title insurance is $570. Survey is $400. She just found hers.
No, Julie, I was on the bottom, you were on the top. I was doing EFTH, sorry.
Oh, I got you.
I was still
You
calculating.
were still, gotcha. Okay, good. See?
Okay. We were doing the same thing. I was still calculating the EFGH on the bottom. Never mind.
Good. No, this is good. So then we got E, we got recording fees of 82. There's our prepaid 684, 840, 30203, escrow 114, 140, 823, 67. And then courier fee for buyer's docs. Again, you could subtotal them, right? Follow the instructions of the worksheet. Bottom line, what I care about is the 86.25.70. So Ronnie, did you see where we differed?
Oh, well, I mean, my numbers are the same. I probably just calculated them wrong because everything above my wrong answer, I would, of course, calculate more than once.
Okay.
So I was $700. No. Yeah, I was $700 high.
Okay. See, that's another thing about subtotaling them is that you have more opportunity to touch the calculator.
Yeah.
And the more opportunity you have to touch the calculator, the more room you have for. We good?
Now, hell, I'm still $100 off. Yeah, that time I came up with 85.25.70. So,
So you're just at $100 off.
yeah.
Deborah, how you doing over there? The rest of it, yours adding up?
No, I'm way off. I don't know
Okay.
what I'm one of those. I probably should have watched and not written and just absorbed because I get it, but I want to think when I'm trying to go through it and write out, like I can't. I need to think, and I think if I'm trying to do it at somebody else's pace, I'm not thinking proper and I'm putting it not proper. So I get the concept. Totally
Okay.
have no confusion or concept. For me, it's just that I need to have time to think, go through.
And that's
it.
why I give you homework recommendations.
I know. I
Homework
need
recommendations.
All right, Julie, do me a favor.
Uh-huh.
I did it again and I'm still $100 difference. Will you recalculate your numbers?
Sure. So I took 2120, 1590, 280, 650, 570, 400, 82. And I will say, as I'm doing this, I've taught this class about 4 years now, and I always get the same number. So 280, 650, 570, 400, 82, 684, 840, 2.03, 114, 140, 23.67, And $30 equals 86.2570.
Where in the hell's my $100?
Do your numbers match up with my numbers?
Yes, yes. Maybe it's my expensive Staples calculator at $7.99. I'm still $100 off.
That's weird. 2120.
Yep.
1590. 1590. 280.
Yep.
650.
Right.
570.
Yep.
400.
Yep.
82. 684.
Right.
840.
Yep.
302.03.
Yep.
114.
Aha.
Found it.
My little line from my total that I shouldn't have subtotaled, that one. So I've been adding 14 every time instead of 114 because it was an optical illusion. Okay.
Gotcha.
Now I'm good.
All right.
Don't
Good.
do that subtotaling. Okay.
I don't like it. Y'all do what you want to do, but I'm tough. There's just more to go wrong, isn't there now? So,
Well, and there's a good example. And yeah, so I was only charging $14 for homeowners insurance.
there you go. Yeah. See how well that works good with like Allstate or Geico, right?
Yeah.
So, and to this point in practice, when I get these things in practice, everything's filled out, right? And everything's subtotaled and all the blanks, everything. But to the point, I don't look at those because what I care about is that the bottom line adds up. So, I do make sure that it all adds up, but I don't pay much attention to those subtotals because they just confuse me. So again, I think once you guys start seeing these more in practice, you're going to like find your way, but just, I think working through some of those now is going to be helpful. So good. We found that. What did you guys get for the sellers on Jay?
16,044.
That's what I got too.
Because it was so few numbers, I didn't subtotal. So I did it the easy way.
You just add it down.
Yeah.
Deborah, is that what you got? 1644?
I just stopped when we were doing buyers and was just paying attention. I just stopped adding. So I haven't told
homework recommendations, because we want to make sure you and I get you got your own way of doing it, sometimes me doing it my way, so that's why I give you guys homework recommendations. And don't forget, we're recording too, so you can always go back and watch the recording from from today and work back through that if you get stuck. And I'm always available. Y'all never hesitate to reach out to me. All right, now we have calculated page 1. So as I've mentioned, this will be a test question and this will be a test question, okay? And they're going to be multiple choice answers. So you're looking for, within pennies for both of these.
I just realized exactly what my error was, and this is going to make all the difference in my numbers.
Good.
I put the commission in the wrong column.
Oh.
That's why I was not, that's why my buyer number was so high, because 14,000 of it, and I was coming up with 18, like 14,000 of it. So I had it in the wrong column. And that's why when you were looking, I just added my seller. I'm like, I'm not even close to that. And I was just looking at what you're doing. I was like, okay. So that's what I did. I mean, I had the number. I wrote it in the wrong column.
Again, just teaching us a lesson, the importance of making sure we get stuff in the right column, right? That goes back to that, who pays for what.
And I knew that. We were writing so much in borrow column, I got in a habit of just writing it there.
The seller doesn't have as many debits as the buyer does, but they do have.
So I'll be honest, when I did pre-licensing, we took a problem like that, and on our scrap paper, we wrote out 2 columns before we started this. And we checked off every item and just wrote down what the item type was. And then put the number, the whole number, regardless of proration of, who's paying what total. And then when everything was done, you go out and do a third if you're going to prorate, and then you divide it out. And then we would worry about where it went. So I'm trying to do all this proration, writing, calculating, not being able, as Ronnie said, it's nice to be able to check it off that you got it.
Yeah.
And I'm trying to do all that in my head looking at a computer and then trying to write it at the same time.
Right.
So it's easier for me to slow down, make sure I've accounted for it on my scrap, and then go back and put it in, because then I've already done the math, it's already done, and then I'm just putting the number. I'm trying to do it all at one time on one page. And
Gotcha.
it's just, for me, I need to break it down just a bit before I start filling it in. And so trying to do it this way, I mean, I'm not saying it's not helpful, because I'm seeing it, I totally get it. I just approach it differently, and I just can't do it that fast I just can't do it that fast.
Well, I
And
think
that's what, yeah, good.
I think one of the things is I can do that same problem in my textbook and check off and highlight
Yeah.
parts content, but looking at it on a computer screen where you're scrolling up, scrolling down, that screws with me.
Yeah.
Well, this is, I mean, so you guys got the blank CD, right? That you can mark all up for the test, once the test starts. I mean, again, you got other scratch paper. So if you need to write down sales price, check, taxes, check. You don't have to write down the whole problem, right? But you could abbreviate. So if you need to do that, that's why you have scratch paper. Like I said, this didn't change when we came on Zoom, because even back in the day in person, I didn't want you writing on my test anyway, so
Well, that's just
part
me.
hasn't changed. And sure, and I hear, absolutely, I hear what you're saying. But this is another good reason why, I mean, I like working through it once together in class. And then this is why I provide homework recommendations for you guys to go, do your own thing. Like we've been saying, I don't care how you do it, just bring me back the right answer, So I've had, I said earlier, I've had accountants that this is just mind blowing. And instead of using the CD, they've just used their scratch paper and their debit and credit columns. You know what I'm saying? Instead of do it like you were talking about, it's kind of what I heard a few minutes ago, Deborah. So if you don't want to use a CD, you don't have to use a CD for your test. All you have to do is tell me 8625.70 for the buyer's J and 1644 for the seller's J. Okay. Now that we have those two numbers, the very next thing we do before we do anything else, we're going to take those two numbers and we're going to put them on page 2. So before we touch anything else, we're going to take the 8625.70 and we're going to put it under K3. Everybody see that? K3 is all of the buyer's debits, and that includes the numbers from page 1. And then we're going to take the seller's 16,044 and we're going to put it under N as in Nancy J. I like to do this first so I don't have to worry about it. I am now done with page 1 and I don't have to worry about it. So as soon as you get those numbers on page 1, put them in K and N. And then what we're going to do is take page 2 and we're going to fold it longwise. And we're just going to focus first on the buyer. The buyers are on the left. So we're just going to focus first on the buyer. So I got the buyer's K, due from the buyer at closing. This is all their debits, and that includes the purchase price, everything from page 1, and their portion of the taxes. So all of their debits, purchase price, everything from page 1, and their portion of the taxes. Down at the bottom here, we have K. And I got 258, 532, 96. All I did was add up all their debits. Now we're gonna add up all their credits,
And I'm
which is
$10
everything
off.
in L. I'm sorry,
And I'm $10 off.
658, 5.
Mhm.
32.
7.26. That somewhere I lost $10, but I found it.
Good.
Okay.
Then we add up everything in L. L is in Larry, is all the buyer's credits. So we take their earnest money deposit of 3,500, their loan amount, and their due diligence fee. I get 216,000 for all their credits. Then we take all of their debits, everything in K, minus all of their credits. K minus L tells me this buyer is bringing $42,532.96 to the penny. How much does this buyer have to bring to closing? $42,532.96. Debits minus credits.
Can you scroll up just a bit? I mean, I got the same numbers. I must have not cleared my calculator out, so we're good. I'm just, yeah. We got the same numbers. I just don't think I cleared mine out at some point.
Ronnie, you good? How much your buyer has
Yeah,
to bring to closing?
Got to the penny. I'm good. Yeah.
Okay, all right. And then when we take our paper and we look at the right-hand side, we see just the seller. So first off, we have all the seller's credits. M is in Mary, is all of the seller's credits. So credit is the purchase price. And in this case, it is taxes. They're the buyer's portion of taxes. So we add up all of M. And then we add up all the seller's N's. All the N is all of their debits. So we had the 16,044 from page 1. Their mortgage, their existing mortgage payoff, and their due diligence. All of the seller's credits minus their debits tells us how much the seller hopefully is going to get from closing. We have cash to the seller for $94,938.26.
That's what I got the second time.
Good.
First time the seller was doing much better.
Oh, well, then not good.
Yeah, first time I calculated his payoff at 13,000.
Yeah, the lender's not happy.
No, but the seller was walking away with 233,000. So
Nice. Yeah.
I will say,
Deborah?
yeah, I got that on that side. And then I just
Good.
went back and recalculated my other, and I did get the right amount. I had not cleared my calendar out. So I was about $300 short on something on the borrower side. So when I cleared it and went back, I mean, I got the same number. So I'm
Good.
good here. Yeah.
Good. And as you said, I mean, I think you guys are good with the concept, as you do, because yeah, to both of your points, I hear what you're saying. You're not going to learn this stuff by watching me, right? We just go through it once as an exercise together, to get you guys, familiar with how it works. How do you guys learn it? You're going to work on these homework recommendations. That's why I give you these homework recommendations. One in particular we'll go over next week in class. So that'll give you guys a full week to go through it. Okay. But it sounds like we're good. We get the concepts, we get the idea. Do I have any? Pretty much it. A couple other things we're going to talk about, some funny things, I call them. Questions or comments? Is this terrible?
no. To
It's
me,
not
it's
bad.
yeah,
No,
because
actually, this is the part I enjoy. I mean, when I
Yeah.
get it.
Deborah, when you and I got our license, you said you got yours, what, in 06?
In 06, and it was a true high. It was the old high.
And I got mine in 2008. So Ronnie, when Deborah and I got our license for pre-licensing, we had to do a full-blown settlement statement. And the day they changed this, and they said, okay, now pre-licensing just has to do a mini CD and figure out how much the buyer has to bring closing. I was mad because first off, this was 4 test questions on our pre-licensing exam. But when they removed it from pre-licensing, I feared that they were almost doing a disservice to the consumer, because they were giving you guys license when you didn't know how to do these things until you got to see me, And remember, It used to be you could wait 3 years. So you could have gotten your license and done 18 months now, but it used to be 3 years before you're actually learning how to do this. So yeah. I think they did a disservice when they took this out of pre-licensing. I really do. But hopefully if you had a closing or something before you took 302, then you had a good BIC that would make sure, side by side to make sure that it was right.
But I was really surprised about how little math there was on the exam.
Yeah.
I actually wrote one thing on my scratch paper that day.
That was it. And there used to be a lot more math on the test. It seems like each time they do a revision, they take away some of the math. And I don't know why. I mean, again, I think that pre-licensing should be able to do this. And that's what Deborah and I knew. That's how we, and yeah, oh yeah, I was spitting mad when they said we're taking this off of pre. I mean, I was just fit to be told.
I thought about that, Julie, over the weekend when this did kind of was in my mind for the same thing, trying to wonder why would they do that. And the only reason I could reconcile they would do that is because it is very in-depth, and there's a lot of people that do not pass pre-licensing at all. And
they're never going to get to this point.
They're never going to get to this point anyway. And that may be why they moved it.
Maybe because the people that struggle with math really struggle with this. Yeah. And the idea of prorating, I mean, there's some people I agree that definitely challenge with this, but with all that being said, it is what it is, so here we are in post licensing, and now we're here doing it. So.
And my theory on maybe why they took it away is it's such a computer generated input world that they expect a program to do it.
Well, and in real life, the paralegal, they're not sitting here filling these numbers, and they put it in a boop, boop, boop in a program, and it populates everything.
Right.
I had a pre-licensing student once that was a paralegal for a closing attorney, and she could not do one of these to save her life. And I said, what in the world do you do for a living? And she said, I plug numbers in and the numbers populate the form. So to that point, we never even plug the numbers in, do we? That's the attorney's job or the paralegal's job. I guess the reason why we do this such in depth that we do is so if we can do it, our job is to review it for accuracy. So I
I'll be
think that
honest,
the
Julie.
thinking is if you can do it, then you can, when it comes through before closing, you can review it for accuracy before settlement.
I'll be honest, I had to build financial spreadsheets literally from scratch at the bank for my division. And I did that. And I'm not kidding you. I'm so OCD. I feel like I would go through this and write this out in Excel and then write the input sheet. Like same way as your paralegal, where I could
Yeah.
just put them in and it would populate, and then I could have a side by side. This is what it
And
should
then you
be.
would have yours versus theirs.
But I'm really, I can do that with my eyes closed.
Yep.
An input sheet is a heck of a lot easier and let it carry over than to try and kind of do it from scratch. Just let the computer do the math. So I'm gonna tell you, I think in practice, when I actually start doing this, I would take
You're
this
going to actually start doing it. See,
and
I
write
think that's
it out.
great.
And I would just write an input sheet on tab 1. It's just
Yep.
easier.
Yep. And guys, you know, keep in mind, our job is to review it for accuracy. I may not be privy to the information on all this, right? Like, I mean, when we go to closing, I can verify the sales price, the due diligence, the earnest money, right? I can pull out the contract and make sure that those numbers are right. I probably wasn't involved in the conversation between the lender and the borrower when the lender said, I'm charging you 0.75% loan origination fee and 1 discount point. So I can look at these numbers and make sure that I don't have flags go up, but I can't tell you, I wasn't involved in this conversation. I don't know that these are the correct charges. If these said $20,000, then I should have a flag go up and I should ask some questions. If I got my hands, if the home inspection invoice was sent to me, now I can make sure that that is right. But if I was never privy to that information, then I can't verify. And that's why it's really important that we hear stuff like, I can only review for accuracy what I should know, what I can, you know. I now know how to prorate taxes, right? Can I go look up the taxes and prorate taxes? So there are some numbers in here I can sit down and verify. But even though I wasn't privy to this conversation, can't I just whip out my calculator and add and make sure that whatever numbers I'm provided gives me with this 86, 25, 70 and the seller 1640? You guys see what I'm saying? So while I can only rely on what I have for some of it, I can't, review all of it for accuracy. I can still make sure that the numbers that I know look right and that the bottom numbers add up.
And always be on the lookout for an omitted broker's commission.
Yes, that happened to me once and I didn't like that. I didn't like that at all, so check your commission. Additional earnest money is another one, because additional earnest money could be negotiated after the fact, right? So that could be something else that could get overlooked. And that's hard to do, isn't it? Is to look for numbers that aren't there. So that's why we need to keep good records. When you get these things to review, go back through your file, your transaction file, and make sure that everything that you have is on here. Okay. All right, we're going to take our break. When we come back, we're going to look at the problems you guys for homework recommendations. There's some funny things on a couple of them. So I want to make sure we talk through some of these funny things, so you guys are ready to do that homework assignment. So homework recommendation. So let's take 10. So it's 146. Let's do, it just turned. Yeah. So let's take 10. We'll come back and look at some other things. All right. So let's go into Learn, Test, Pass. Take a look at a few things. The section 6A, closing disclosure, this is the one that we just did in class. So if you want this, go back through, use that as practice. I just wanted to point out the rest of what we didn't look at. Page 2, it tells you how to calculate the various things that we calculated. So it gives you that breakdown. Also in this section 6A is the completed closing disclosure. So you can go back through, and again, if you want to compare your work, again, what we did, and then there's a little quiz. In section 6B, here's a blank CD. I think you guys have found yours. So if you want to print that out for practice, if you want to have one for test day, you're welcome to. And of course, I can always send you one. Here's just some extra, somebody else's notes. So how we calculate various things. And then you see here, you have problem 1, 2, 3, problem 3 solution, and then 4 and 5. So these are the ones, practice for you guys. 4 is the one I'm given for a homework recommendation, but we'll look at that one in just a second. Again, each one has the problem itself and then the steps, in the completed CD. So you can always go back through. And remember, you guys, you have me too. So if you're ever just really stuck on something, never hesitate to reach out to me. So let's just go through. There's some things in these that are kind of funny. So let's just go through and talk about these and make sure you guys have the information you need to do these problems on your own. So the first one we're looking at closing problem 1. And the first kind of funny thing that we see is we have loan origination fee, only the seller has agreed to pay it. So the seller, anything's negotiable, yes? So in the buyers and sellers negotiation, somehow it was decided that the seller was going to pay the buyer's loan origination fee. Obviously not in this market, but who knows where that could look, a couple of years from now. What we need to discuss, what we need to make sure that we're good with is how this all shakes out on the settlement statement. So first off, let's be reminded that the loan origination fee is a charge from the borrower to the lender. Yes, the lender's charging the borrower, in this case, 0.5% to originate the loan. The lender needs to see that charge on the settlement statement. So if you guys will, if you got a blank one sitting in front of you, if you guys will, under A2, the loan origination fee is still going to go there. That part is not going to change. The part that's unique to this, the buyer owes that to their lender. On a side deal, the seller agreed to pay that for the buyer, but the lender doesn't have a relationship with the seller, do they? They don't know anything about this seller. So that's why we're still going to have the buyer pay the seller on A2. And then we're going to look over on page 2. And under L5, seller credit, L is in Larry 5, and N is in Nancy 8. You guys see that seller credit under L and seller credit under N. So when the seller agrees to pay any of the borrower's loan charges, loan origination fee, discount point, we still have to show it on page 1 as a debit to the buyer, because that's what it is, right? Everybody good with me so far? It is a debit to the buyer. The buyer owes their lender that amount. Then when we go over on page 2, we credit the buyer and debit the seller. What did we say the other day a debit and a seller, or debit and a credit do for each other? It cancels it out, right? So by doing a debit to the buyer on page 1 and a credit to the buyer on page 2, how much does the buyer end up paying for loan origination fees? $0. And now what we have left is a debit to the seller. So it's actually a triple entry item. Everybody good with what we did? The buyer paid their lender.
What kind of Nazi came up with this?
The buyer paid their lender, but on a side deal, the seller agreed to pay the buyer. The lenders got to see that money still coming in from the buyer or the borrower. They still have to see that money coming in. So we got it in A, and then we got it in L and N. Again, we could see this with loan discount points. Questions on that?
Yeah, this, I would have, just reading the question, I would have put it in seller paid loan costs all day long. And
that's why we're having a conversation about it.
And would have forgot about it.
Yep. And that's what, and you would have gotten page 2, right? Maybe if you put it in the right place, but so that's why we're talking about it.
Yep.
Okay. So fees, a loan origin, again, you could see discount points. The one you guys have for homework, you're going to get to do one of these with I think it's discount points paid by the seller. We'll see that in just a second. Another funny thing about this one. just make yourselves a note. This says the credit report is paid outside of closing. We know the credit report and the appraisal fee is paid outside of closing unless we're told otherwise. This problem is telling us that the credit report is paid outside of closing, but the appraisal is not. So when you're doing this one, you got to do what the problem tells you if you want to match the answer. So you have the credit report paid outside of closing. And in this particular one, to do what the problem tells us, it's not paid outside of closing.
And just for clarification, paid outside closing is the same thing as before closing?
Correct. POC. Yep. Paid outside, paid before. Yep. Again, no appraiser is going to go out and do their thing until they've been paid. So this isn't a real life application, but it's what the problem tells us to do. So that's what we're going to do. One last funny thing on this one. Down here at the very bottom, we have minor repairs to be made by the seller. This is just going to be a write-in under H. H is in Heather. So we're going to just write in repairs and then seller paid at closing, to be paid by the seller.
And realistically, it doesn't matter where you write it in, as long as your bottom number tallies up correctly.
Get it in the right column. That's right. That's right. If you want to put it in A, just put it in the right column. Yep. Because to your point, Rodney, I don't want to see your work. All I need to see for the exam is A, B, C, or D. And this goes back to the conversation we've been having that all attorneys just may do things differently. So even while we're spending time on this particular blank CD, you may have attorneys that have one that looks a little different, right? So sometimes that's kind of what we're doing. It's just hunting and pecking. Okay. So that's that one. And again, like I mentioned, that's the problem itself. Here's a step-by-step, and then here's the CD solution. So you can actually go in and look at a completed closing disclosure and compare it to yours.
Yeah, and I went through these, and really I don't like their step-by-step because sometimes their thinking is different than my thinking.
Okay. So again, you have it there as a reference, but guys, please never forget, if you get stuck, that's why you have me. So you can always email me or text me, and I'm happy to. Screenshots help me. If you guys say, hey, I'm working on this, I need to see what this is. So take a picture of it or something for me and let me know. And usually I can help you guys get unstuck. Okay, so the second one, problem number 2. Once again, we have that same weird seller has agreed to pay one loan discount point. So we're going to do the same thing. We're going to put it on A where it belongs. That should be the easy part. It always goes there. So we're going to put it on A, buyer pays their lender, and then on a separate side agreement, the seller is going to reimburse the buyer. So we'd have it under A, and then we'd also have it on page 2 under L5 and N8. So same thing there that we just did with the loan origination fee. Another funny thing, and we kind of talked about this the other day. So there's a brokerage commission of 5% of the sales price. And then we have
Barbara and Ronnie. We're not available to take your call, but leave us a message.
Hey, Barbara and Ronnie. So then we, you're on mute again. You're on mute. Okay. So we have brokerage commission 5%.
The neighbor telling us how great the lasagna we brought her last night was.
Nice. So brokerage commission 5% of the sales price. And then it says note, at closing, the listing firm will retain the earnest money as part of the brokerage fee. So remember we talked about this the other day when we were talking about the earnest money. And if the listing firm is holding the earnest money, one way or another, we got to get it to the attorney's office. Yes. So the old school way to do it, and some may still do it this way, is to cut a check, give the check to the agent, and let the agent drive it to the attorney's office. A newer way that some firms are starting to do it is to let the listing firm retain the earnest money as part of their brokerage fee, which means when you go to the attorney's office after closing, the amount of your commission check isn't going to be enough. You're going to look at that and you're going to think, well, I should have gotten more than that. The amount of your commission check is going to be the commission minus the earnest money deposit. Okay. So in this particular problem, we have a sales price of $433,300. I got this right here up here at the top. And we know commission is 5% of the sales price. So total commission, $433,300 times 5%. Total commission would be $21,665. I have you guys so far. Yes. Remember, we just said your commission check is going to be less than the earnest money. So the amount of the check that you actually pick up from the attorney's office, problem tells me right here that earnest money is $1,000. So the amount of the check that you're going to get is $20,655. Okay. So you take that commission check back to the office transfers the $1,000 from their trust account to their operating account. So now we have the $21,665. Everybody good so far? What we're doing? So now let's talk about how this shakes out on the settlement statement. Remember, everything on page 2 is a debit to third parties. So how much is your check going to be? $20,665. So what we see on page 2 under H is in Heather, H1.
You mean page 1?
I'm sorry, yes, page 1.
Okay.
Page 1 under H. Thank you. So page 1 under H, H1, that amount is the $20,665. Why? Because that's the amount of the check. That's how much the seller is paying a third party. But the seller actually owes $21,665 for commission, right? So we need to take that extra $1,000, flip back over to page 2, and look under N is in Nancy, N1. Excess deposit will be $1,000. So there's going to be 2 debits to the seller, one for the amount of the check and the other amount for the amount of the earnest money, because they owe that whole 5%. The buyer's credit still goes in L1. That part has not changed. That part has not changed. They're still going to get the earnest money credited back to them at settlement. It's just how it shakes out. It's got 2 entries, one under H, how much the check's actually going to be, and then the balance under N1, excess deposit. Questions there? The other funny thing in 2, not really funny, just want to point it out to you. When we're talking about our loan escrows, they got 3 months of real property taxes, 2 months of homeowners insurance, and 2 months of private mortgage insurance at a renewal rate of $75 per month. So you remember when we did the problem in class together to figure out how much we're going to put in escrow, we took the annual amount divided by 12 and then however many months. They're saying that when we renew, we're going to renew at $75 per month. So instead of taking the annual and divide it by 12, we're just going to take 75 and times it by 2 months.
So that's
Just
70
for the PMI.
only applies to the PMI, not to real property tax, not to homeowners insurance.
Correct. Correct.
That's not the way I would have read that question.
2 months private mortgage insurance at a renewal rate of $75 per month. So that on for your escrow for G, whatever, is going to be $150 just for PMI. Questions on that?
It's poorly written.
Well, they're just giving you the monthly amount instead of you having the annual and dividing it by 12. I mean, you're
Yeah.
supposed
Right.
to do that, but
But you see where I'm saying they give you the amount of just the PMI. To me, it should have been a separate question.
well, one thing I learned in pre-licensing, sometimes they give you more in their statement than you really need to know. I don't
Yeah.
need to know what the renewal is, $75 a month. So,
You do.
yeah, that's what's important. And
That's
2
right.
months.
Okay. Questions on that? Number 3, again, you got the problem. Really, the only funny thing on this one is the sellers agreed to pay the discount points again. So just that triple entry, loan origination fee, that kind of thing. So there's that. Oh, here's a solution for 3. So this is your blank closing disclosure. So you can look at that. And then 4 and 5. We'll come back to 4 in a second. So then 5. Again, you know, just pay attention, paid outside of closing. And then you got,
Loan origination paid by seller again.
yeah, loan origination fee paid by the seller. I guess I don't have 5 printed out, but yeah. Listing firm's going to hold the earnest money as part of the brokerage fee. Loan origination fee paid by the seller. Just pay attention to the wording. Your test might be a little bit clearer, but nothing different for 5. So your homework recommendation is closing problem 4. This is the one that we're going to work together in class next Monday. So you guys have a week to do it. Is that fair? Does that give you a whole week to do a, and then of course you want to do the other ones too. That'll just get you ready for the test. So this is the one that we're going to work together in class. Again, problem number 4, sellers agreed to pay the half a loan discount point. And then you get to do the at closing, the listing firm will retain part of the earnest money. So this is why I want to do 4, because it gives us both of those scenarios, gives us both of those things. You know, I say if you can do these 5 problems, then you'll just be fine for your test. So that's why we give them, you know, and if you do 1 and you feel good, you don't have to do anymore. But I want to give you guys enough that you feel comfortable to get you ready for that test. Like we said, you're going to have 6 math problems next week, 4 on the closing disclosure, and then 2 separate proration problems. And we'll look over some more proration scenarios, maybe Wednesday. We can take a little break. And we'll look at when we're prorating for rent. We'll look at when we're prorating for assuming the loan, the buyer assuming the loan. So we'll look at those other prorations on Wednesday. Very good. Homework assignment, homework recommendation. I keep saying assignment. Homework recommendation is closing problem 4. We'll look this over next Monday, and then that way. See, and that's another, you know, I told you guys last week, I shuffle the class around, because if we were to go in order the syllabus, we wouldn't be covering this stuff until Monday, and you guys would be taking a test on Wednesday. And I don't think that's fair. I think you guys should have time to practice. So that's why I do what I do. The reason behind the method behind my madness. Okay.
I appreciate that. I'd much rather have more time to work out those numbers.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I could not imagine, I try to put myself in y'all's shoes, right? If I were learning this math today and taking a test on Wednesday, how would I feel? And how would I feel? Because I enjoy math, but I need to spend time with it. I need to sit down and look at it. And this way it gives you guys time to do that. So with all that being said, I am going to stop sharing just for 1 second. And I'm going to get myself. We are just about to move on from Unit 14 for now. Again, we're going to talk a little bit more about prorating on Wednesday. I just don't want to give you like all the math today. Try to break it up a little bit. So if you guys will, I got some Q&As for you. So you guys set your private chat. Private chat. So let's finish up this section. Tell me in a private chat, A, B, C, or D. So commission, who pays commission?
I hit the button, then went on, oh, shoot.
I saw you. I know you know that. Who pays commission? The seller typically pays commission. Now we say typically, always do what the problem tells you. If it's a for sale by owner, the buyer might be paying commission, right? If it's a for sale by owner, if you go outside of your MLS, for example. So that's why we say the seller typically pays commission, debit to the seller. And then in a North Carolina closing, yes, and in North Carolina closing, the seller pays for the day of closing when we prorate. We will actually see this in our contract. That's where we're heading next. I do think I like this question because it gives me one more chance to say the buyer can't bring a personal check to settlement. They've got to bring readily available funds. Nobody wants to wait from settlement to closing for this thing to clear the bank. So it's got to be readily available funds. Any questions on chapter 14?
It's a big chapter.
It is. It is. I think of this class 14 is what's new, because unless you're Deborah and I, you're learning pretty much settlement statement for the first time. We got a lot more involved in like RESPA than what you did in pre-licensing, a little bit more in TRID. So I think that's the newest. Okay. So now we're going to go back and pick up chapter 11. Remember, this whole class is 3 chapters. Chapter 10, 11, and 14. So we're going to go back. The star of chapter 11 is our standard offer to purchase and contract. So we'll start on that today. We're going to go through that pretty thoroughly. And then Wednesday is going to be a big forms day. We, in addition to the contract, we're going to look at some other commonly used addenda. So we'll be looking at lots of forms. So in this section, we're going to discuss some sales contract preparations. We're going to do our detailed review of standard form 2T, and then we're going to review some other commonly used addenda. So the expectation of broker competence, you know, the commission expects us to be able to properly fill in the blanks of the pre-printed forms. We aren't drafting. We're not putting in legal verbiage, creating legally legal drafting, legal verbiage. We're just filling in the blanks. You guys remember from pre-licensing or 301, we owe our clients old car. And you can spell out old car in your mind, but the R in old car is what we're addressing. What does the R in old car tell us? Who remembers what that R is?
Responsiveness?
No, not responsiveness.
I've been thinking about that too, like, what is the R again? And I didn't look it up, but in my mind, sometimes I have.
But it's good to be responsive, right? But unfortunately, that's not what we're looking for here. That R is reasonable skill, care, and diligence. What that R in old car says is that I have an obligation to my clients. I have a duty to act reasonably in the transaction. And part of my responsibility of acting reasonably is knowing how to complete the forms that I'm using for them to create a legally binding contract. Guys, please promise me, like right hand up, that you will never send a contract to a buyer, any paperwork to that matter, to a buyer or seller without you reading it first. Put your right hand up and say, Julie, I promise, because it may blow your mind how many agents I haven't had to do that for yet, right? It may blow your mind how many agents get their hands on an addendum or even the standard offer to purchase and contract and don't know what it says and sends it to their clients and say, oh, just sign it, it'll be fine. Is that acting with reasonable skill, care, and diligence? If you have, no, absolutely not. So you're reading it. If you have questions, it stands to reason they do. You need to know what's in the fields. Guys, I'm telling you, they are not reading these forms. That's worth me saying again. They are not reading these forms. I will send a contract to a buyer or a seller in .loop to sign, and I'll say, let me know if you have any questions before you sign. And 45 seconds later, that thing is back in my inbox, signed. Did they read a 16-page offer to purchase and contract before they signed it?
Of course.
No. That's why they rely on us. And that's where our reasonable skill, care, and diligence falls into place. So when it comes to all forms, particularly this section is about our sales contract forms, the Real Estate Commission does expect us to possess the competence necessary to not just prepare them, but properly prepare a sales contract. We have resources. When in doubt, find out. And we have resources available to us. We will talk about what those resources are. We'll look at that in just a second. The Real Estate Commission also expects us to have an understanding of all the standard provisions in the pre-printed form. It doesn't hurt to sit down and read the contract every once in a while, read the addenda if you haven't used it in a while. I think what happens is we get busy and we get to a point where we only focus on our part, and our part is filling in the blanks. And one thing we're going to notice when we look at our contract is our part is very small. There's a lot more that we don't have to do anything with than there is that we fill in the blanks. And I think what happens is we get busy and we just get focused on our part, and we tend to forget about the rest of the stuff. And the rest of the stuff is also part of that legally binding contract between the buyer and the seller. I have a general rule of thumb, at least I did before I started teaching this stuff. When they update the contract, that's my time to sit down and read the new contract. When they update the listing agreement and the buyer's agency agreement, that's my time to sit down and reread those forms to make sure I'm familiar with them. One is, it's not about knowing the changes, but the rest of it going forward. And then we also want to make sure that all points of the agreement are included in the final written contract. Remember last week, we talked about our parole evidence rule, and we said the parole evidence rule, all negotiations, any previous negotiations don't matter if it doesn't wind up in the final written contract. So make sure if you're working with the sellers, if they're taking any fixtures, you have a duty to make sure that those fixtures are excluded. If your buyer wants personal property, you have a duty to make sure that that personal property is included. previous negotiations mean nothing. We can't draft. We cannot draft. There's a general statute and everything. You don't need to know this number, but know that there is a general statute that says we cannot draft, performing or undertaking to perform any legal services or any other acts constituting the practice of law. We are not attorneys, thus we cannot act like an attorney. And guys, you're going to be asked. You're going to be asked, because the truth is I'm a heck of a lot cheaper than an attorney. And your buyers and sellers, I mean, you're their front line, right? You're the one that you want communicating with them. So they're going to ask, and we are the ones to need to know that we can't practice law. Even if they ask, even if they request, we still can't do it. The only thing we're allowed to do is fill in the blanks of pre-printed forms. We get to fill in the blanks. The blanks that we're allowed to fill in are very specific. They're looking for something specific. So just so we see any old blank doesn't mean we can put anything in there. What we fill in, what we put in is specific. Where we get our sales contracts, the majority of the forms that we use as realtors come from the North Carolina Association of Realtors. So NCAR produces the forms that we're going to look at in class today, Wednesday, maybe even into Monday. They're the ones that look at the form or that prepare the forms along with the North Carolina Bar Association. In order to use the forms with the Realtor logo, you've got to be a member of NCAR. So once you, Deborah, I know you're affiliated with Ronnie, once you get into Tate, you'll join the local board of realtors.
I already have.
And you're already in. Okay. So you guys, because you're a member of NCAR, because you're in, you can use forms with that rock the Realtor logo. I think it's important that we know, though, that these aren't the only forms that we're allowed to use. We can use any sales contract as long as they were drafted by an attorney. We'll talk about those requirements in just a second. Not everybody joins the association. You can join your local board of realtors as a non-member, which means you have access to MLS, but you're not a realtor. Now that comes down to your firm and your firm's policy, whether or not you have that option or not. Most firms will tell you when you join us, you need to join the local association and the Realtor Association. But if you're a non-member, if you're not a realtor, then you can have an attorney draft up pre-printed forms for you to use. If we're using something that NCAR and the North Carolina Bar Association didn't provide us with, then the contracts, the forms that we are using have to follow Commission Rule A.0112. We may look at that if time permits. I think what we're going to see if we do get a chance to look at that rule is they mention 19 separate things that have to be in the contract. All 19 of these are in the contract, the sales contract that we use. So if you are using something that wasn't form created by NCAR, the North Carolina Bar Association, then you need to make sure that it complies with Commission Rule A.0112.
Julie, have you ever had any of those in your time where it was drafted by an attorney and not using the real estate commission?
I've not, but others in my firm have. And the ones we've used, I mean, because it's not uncommon, for example, for a builder to use their own contract, to have their own contracts. That's not uncommon at all. So we work with a couple builders that have our own. But the few forms that I've seen attorney drafted, it actually says on here, you know, drafted by, and then it has the name of the law firm. So that's one kind of thing that they may tell you to look out for. If you get something that isn't an NCAR, make sure if you can see who drafted it, and that way you have a source to go back to. But there's a lot of appraisal addendums floating around out there right now that aren't NCAR forms, they're attorney drafted. So you may see, I know Tate's got a handful. Once you start meeting them and getting to know their forms better, you're going to see some in-house forms. So absolutely, they are out there.
Now, so for sale by owner, if it's a private sale and a realtor's not involved, but yet they still need to close it and record it, et cetera. I mean, are they held to the same standards? They have to use an attorney, or can they just write up their own?
I mean, technically, they could just write up their own, right? The parties could agree to it on a subway napkin if they wanted to, right? So technically, they could just write up their own. They still need an attorney to handle the closing of it. So I think a lot of times when buyers and sellers go without realtors, I mean, people buy and sell houses every day without us. So if neither party is represented by an agent, then they still have an attorney involved. You know, just with nothing else to handle the closing. And I would like to think they would want their sales contract on something a little bit more legitimate than a subway napkin, but that's, you know, they are the parties to the contract. So as long as they agree, that makes me nervous though, a little bit.
Yeah.
You know? And the attorney's fees might be a little bit higher because the attorney may have to do more, like draft up the sales contract, right? So that, you know, but they're not paying commission. So maybe that balances out a little bit. I'm not sure. We as brokers do not belong in a sales contract. We are not parties to the contract. Parties to the contract are the buyer and the seller. We have no business being in the sales contract. And specifically, the real estate commission says we cannot have any mention of our commission or compensation in the sales contract. Remember, we've already hashed out our commission in the agency agreements. That's where we discuss commission and compensation and bonuses, whatever. All comes from the agency agreement. And also the commission specifically mentions that we can't have any liability disclaimer for our actions or non-actions in the transaction. Let's say, for example, and I had this, my seller, or actually she was my buyer. My buyer said, I don't want the pest inspection. I said, are you sure? It's like $85 and you're in a crawl space, some of which we couldn't get to because it was, you know, get narrower as the house went on. Are you sure? She said, yeah, I'm going to call Terminex after I close anyway. So that's okay. But don't you want to know if there's any problem? No. I don't want a pest inspection. I want to save money. I mean, those things go for what? $85. Okay. All right. I couldn't slip in a contract to protect myself that the buyer waive the pest inspection. That's what we're saying there. You can't have any liability disclaimers. I can't say, you know, buyer chose not to have a pest inspection. We have a form where the buyer can waive or select services. We will look at that one when we look at our forms, even though I go off syllabus just a little bit for that, but I do think it is an important form. So we will look at that. That's where the buyer can waive the pest inspection or the survey or whatever services they want, but it doesn't belong in the sales contract. Would it surprise you guys if I told you that this first one here came from complaints down to the commission where agents said, I just stood here and told you guys that they don't read these forms anyway, right? They just sign them and agree to them. And so agents said, hey, let me add a $500 bonus for myself. They're not going to read it anyway and sign it and then think they have a case because both parties sign. And the commission said, no, that doesn't work like that. All of our commission and compensation is discussed in our agency agreements. Interesting thing, the parties to the contract can alter and amend and delete. They can draft. They can. Just because they can doesn't always mean that they should. I can get on the interstate and drive 180 miles this afternoon. Yes, can I? Sure. Should I? Probably not. So whenever you're buyers or sellers, we absolutely cannot, but they can. Whenever your buyers and sellers are wanting to whip out their pen and start making changes to the pre-printed versions or to draft their own verbiage, stop them and have a conversation with them about the importance of discussing this with an attorney. I always think of like the domino effect. If they make a change on page 1, I cannot tell them how that could affect them legally on page 3, page 5, page 6, etc. How that one change can impact the entire contract. So while they can, we always need to encourage them to not do that. Have an attorney make any changes. So the whole reason that they provide us with these standard forms, the whole purpose is to give uniformity to our transactions. It's meant to reduce our temptation to draft. And could you imagine if we didn't have these pre-printed forms? And every single time one of your buyers walked in the front door and said, holy crow, this is the one I want, let's write it up. And you said, great, I'll schedule an appointment with our attorney. And then you'd have to look at your buyer and say, he can get us in the first of next week, right, to draft up your contract. We would never get houses sold. We'd be too busy. I mean, the attorneys would be loving it because they'd be making mad money, but we'd never get anything sold because we'd have to schedule an attorney every time we wanted to write up an offer. So thank you, Forms Committee, for allowing us to use the forms that you provide. Save everybody some time and some money. So the one that we're going to go over very thoroughly is our standard offer to purchase and contract 2T. We're going to look briefly at the offer to purchase and contract for vacant lot and land, 12T. And we're also going to look at the offer to purchase and contract for new construction, 800T. Again, we're going to look at 12T and 800T very briefly. 2T is where we're spending most of our energy. Are either of you thinking commercial somewhere down the road? Commercial properties, transactions? Deborah's going, no.
Perhaps in the future because of my background.
Your background, that's right. So somewhere, so that you know, if you do ever get into the commercial world, they have their own set of forms. Their contract is called Agreement for Purchase and Sale of Real Property. All commercial forms are a 500 series. So you know, if you ever get your hands on a 500 series, that's commercial. Ronnie, when you take 303, I think it's 303, you'll get a little bit more commercial. So you'll be able to master that section. And then I will tell you this though, and a lot of commercial agents will say a lot of the pre-printed forms available for commercial don't apply at a lot. So even though we do have pre-printed forms available, a lot of times commercial transactions will go to an attorney and having them draft something up, because usually they're just a lot more complicated than what these very basic forms.
As a rule of thumb, there are no cookie cutter commercial properties.
Exactly. So both parties are getting an attorney, even down to drafting up the contract. But if you have a simple or, you know, very basic, we'll call it commercial transaction, then you got a form here to use. Okay, let's take a break. Let's take 10. Let's see, 2:43. We're getting closer and closer to talk about our contracts. So take 10. All right. Each of, well, the first three contracts, 2T, 12T, and 800T, come with guidelines to completing the various forms, and you have guidelines to complete, like your agency agreements, that kind of thing. There isn't a guidelines to complete the commercial form. I don't know why, other than the fact that I feel like it's a basic form that's probably just not used that much. But one of those resources that we're going to see for you guys is the guidelines for completing. And from the guidelines, they also provide general instructions for completing the various forms. So the guidelines for 2T, that's one we're going to look at, tells us to type if possible, otherwise print legibly in ink. General instructions tell us to fill in all blank spaces. Never leave a blank blank. If you have a blank that doesn't apply, then write not applicable, NA. There's two reasons why we don't leave a blank blank. One, it could concern the other party that there should be something there and we just didn't fill it in. Or two, it could let the other party try to slip something in, try to fill it in without our knowledge. So by us putting in NA or acknowledging that it's not applicable, be precise. Real estate, we got our own language, we got our own jargon, we got our own terminology. Our industry jargon doesn't belong in the sales contract. The buyers and sellers are the parties, and they should be able to pick this thing up. If they were to read them, they should know what they say. So don't use our industry jargon. Any change, addition, deletion must be initialed and dated by all parties. If we make several changes, if it goes back and forth a couple times and we make several changes and those changes make it difficult to read, then we need to prepare a revised form once we've come to an agreement. Keep the old, keep the original. Don't throw that away. That shows that meeting of the minds. That shows that we countered the purchase price a couple different times, for example. So it's okay to prepare a new that we can all read. Just make sure you keep the old. And again, because our parties aren't reading this, we need to review contract provisions with them. I think I mentioned last week, the Real Estate Commission annually does like their year in review. And one thing they always recap for us are the topics that they got complaints on from the previous year. And last year, there were a lot of complaints that came down to the commission from buyers about paying due diligence and due diligence fees and not getting that money back because they terminated. Guys, that's on us. That's our responsibility to make sure, no matter if they're paying $5 or $50,000, it's our responsibility to make sure that they know what that means. Don't just hand them the contract and say something about due diligence, read this. They're not going to, they're relying on us. So have conversations. I honestly miss the days of, once I get to know them, of course, of putting buyers in my car. You know, I miss the days of showing 10, 13 homes on a Saturday, meeting them at the office, and we'll go out, spend the day together. I don't know we'll get back to that as that pendulum swings back. But that gave me a great opportunity from house to house to have conversations with buyers about earnest money, due diligence, you know, having the home inspection done, right? That gave me a great opportunity to have conversations with them. I'm telling you, if you wait until they find the one, they're not listening to you. They walk in the front door and they say, Julie, this is my dream house. This is what we've always wanted. Let's write it up. And you go, okay, so we got to talk about earnest money and due diligence. They're not listening to you. They're moving furniture in. They're figuring out paint colors, right? They're already mentally there. They're not listening to you babble on about due diligence fee. So I do think we need to have these conversations up front if possible. I understand this market is very swift moving and that might make it difficult. But regardless, it's our responsibility to make sure that they understand those contract provisions. Thoughts or questions about our general instructions? when it comes to completing the standard contract 2T, the Real Estate Commission has released a list of persistent problems, things that they're seeing over and over and over again. Some of these just blow my mind, but for the seller, do not put owner of record on the contract. We need to put all of the seller's names, anybody on the deed, as the buyer's agent. I mean, we can look at MLS to get those names. Sometimes in MLS, it says owner for record. I don't think it's a bad habit to get into as the buyer's agent, to pull in the deed before you write up the offer for your buyers. That way, you know, you're looking at who you're looking at and who should be on that contract. Fixtures are meant to stay. Personal property is meant to go. The only time that they need to be in the contract is when they're going to do the opposite of their intent. So if a fixture is not going to convey, then we need to make sure we put that in. If personal property is going to convey, then we need to put that in, the opposite of its intent. But if a fixture is going to stay, there's no point in writing that in there. And that's what we're saying here. We don't need to be redundant. Fixtures are meant to stay. Personal property is meant to go. They only need to be in the contract if they're going to do the opposite of their intent. Defining critical dates. There have been cases, there have been reports where, for example, the contract says due diligence is 20 days after the effective date, and settlement is 45 days after the effective. When all possible, put an actual date in there. Not everybody counts days the same. So when all possible, now we will look at a couple addenda that we don't have the option of putting a date in there. So we do need to make sure we're all on the same page. We'll look at those. Timely presenting offers. I don't understand this one. Like you work with the seller, you get an offer. Why are you not presenting it to them? Why are you not telling them? As a buyer's agent, if your buyer's going after for sale by owner, get it to the for sale by owner. So we know we have a duty to deliver offers immediately, but no later than 3 calendar days, 3 business days, I should say, or 3 calendar days, excuse me, calendar days. But why are we waiting 3 days? If you're the listing agent, you get an offer, yeah, call your seller, present that offer. Don't sit on it, don't hang on. And then another persistent problem the commission's seeing, and we talked about this last week, is those due diligence repairs and negotiations. The repairs have to be agreed on in writing and signed while we are still in due diligence. The repairs themselves don't have to be complete until prior to settlement. So that's another problem, Dave. Questions on anything here? Pretty clear stuff, I think. So we're going to do our line by line review. Again, we're going to spend most of our time when we look at forms, our forms days, most of it is in standard form 2T. We're going to start this today. We won't finish it until Wednesday. And then we'll look at our other forms too. If you want the information in your book, a description of the terms starts on page 329. Keeping in mind that there have been some changes to the contract since the book published. So you may find some outdated, like for example, I think it still says 14 days in here for delay in settlement. Your contract just updated again 18 days ago. So obviously any of the changes that we just got aren't going to be in the book. So we're going to use this as a resource, but it's not the best resource. Remember, if you want the digital version, then it's, to my understanding, the digital version should update. Whenever changes are made, the digital version should update. But page 329 to 354 just kind of gives us an idea. And then I also got the guidelines for completing, particularly 2T. So we'll look briefly at those. Again, though, the highlight, the star, is going to be the standard form 2T. That's the one we're caring about. So if we look in Learn, Test, Pass, remember we're skipping around, so we're going to go back up a little bit. Section Yeah, section 4, section 5, where are we? Here we go. Section 2 is where we can find, and I have in here for you guys, there's just some sample things, some exercise. I see now what they did. Just a couple practice. I like these for you guys this week and next week. It kind of gives you a scenario and has you fill in the contract. So it says, you know, the buyer wants to offer X amount and, you know, da, 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 and it kind of walks you through it. So if you want to look at these scenarios, they're here, they're available to you. The forms, I forgot, have all been moved down here to the bottom under forms. So if you're looking at Learn, Test, Pass, the very last thing is forms. And then what Jane has done, Dr. Bowser's done, is provided a link to all of the current forms. So this is where we're going to get our 2T. We pulled a couple. We'll look at these here. Here's your guidelines for completing. That's 2G. Several guidelines for completing. You guys have all, now that you're both affiliated, you both have access to these forms now as well, through your firm, through NCAR. Again, the important thing is that you're looking at the current. And I will find, you guys don't need to watch me look for this stuff. I will find, that's 800T. Somewhere we got guidelines for completing 2T, and I will find that, but I don't want to take our time together. So we are going to look at 2T, and this is going to be our discussion. Our discussion for the rest of today and into Wednesday. We're going to spend some time here. So 2T is the most commonly used sales contract. Probably the one that we see the most often. This one applies for most residential single family transactions. This is an offer to purchase and contract. I think it's important that we first off realize this does two different things. It serves as an offer to purchase, and upon acceptance becomes a contract. So this one form allows us to do those two things. Present an offer, negotiate an offer, and then eventually upon acceptance become the contract. You can see here it tells you to consult Form 2G, the guidelines for completing this form. Again, I'll see if I can't find it on break. The contract says, for valuable consideration, the receipt and legal sufficiency of which are hereby acknowledged, buyer offers to purchase and seller upon acceptance agrees to sell and convey the property on a term and condition of this offer to purchase and contract, and any addendum or modification made in accordance with his terms. Together, we're going to refer to it all as the contract. Let me point out, do you guys see here? We're talking about the buyer, we're talking about the seller, talking about the contract. You see how these words are capitalized, and they normally wouldn't be capitalized in a, general course of business. The reason they're capitalized here, if you have like the buyer that's capital, that means we have defined specifically who that buyer is. So we have said somewhere in this contract, we have defined who the buyer is, who the seller is, who the contract is. So whenever you see words like this, like I said, that are capitalized that normally aren't, know that they're defined somewhere. And the first paragraph, the first provision that we have is terms and definitions. We're going to spend the first 2.5 pages just defining things, just explaining things and going over things. I think the first 2.5 pages are the most important piece of the contract because it defines everything going forward. So the terms listed below shall have the respective meaning given them as set forth adjacent to each term. And then you can see we're actually going to define who the seller is and who the buyer is. We need full legal names. We need individual names. My name is not Mrs. Ryan L. Campbell. Please don't put Mr. and Mrs. Ryan Campbell in here. We are two separate people. So you're going to want to have Ryan L. Campbell and Julie A. Campbell. If you want to identify that we're married or significant others, you can identify the relationship of the seller and the buyer, although that's not always required. But if you want to, you're welcome to. I had a lady buying a house once, and her mom was going in with her. Her mom was pretty much buying the house under her name, and they wanted both to be on the contract. And I defined them, mother and daughter, because I didn't want any confusion about their relationship, any confusion about how they may take title. So if you want to define the parties, the seller, we need everybody that has to sign to convey and their spouses. So even if the spouse isn't on the deed, we still need them on the contract because we know they have to sign to convey that thing. For the buyers, anybody that's going to take title. You may have buyers, maybe on the loan, for example, they just run it under his name and she doesn't show up under the loan. The lender will still require, even though he's the only one on the loan, they probably still will require both of them on the deed. We may still need both of them on the contract. So if you're ever not sure about which of your buyers are involved, you can always go with the lender. What does the lender want to have on this contract? Again, I had buyers a couple years ago and her dad was a co-signer. So they were married. Dad came on as a co-signer, and guess what? Dad was married. So we had 4 people down as buyers, even though 2 of them were on the loan. Does that make sense? But I called the lender and said, you know, what do y'all want to see? Because I wanted to make sure I got it right for them. Questions or comments so far? You may have more than 2. You may run out of room here. Get you an additional piece of paper and add on everybody. If you have 20 people that are selling in a state and all 20 of them are married, you got to get 40 names on here. You've got to. I got an additional signatures page. We'll look at that in just a bit as well. Then we're going to identify the property. The property shall include all that real estate described below, together with all appurtenances thereto, including the improvements located thereon and the fixture and personal property listed in paragraphs 2 and 3 below. We'll talk about fixtures and personal property in a bit. This was new to the forms change this year. We're now going to specify the property will or will not include a manufactured mobile home. If a manufactured home is included, buyer and seller should include the manufactured mobile home provision and the additional provisions addendum with this offer. The additional provisions addendum was one that we looked at last week. So it tells us if there's a mobile home, it directs us to that addendum. One thing I like a whole lot about our forms, if you and I are familiar with the forms, we know what all needs to be included. So when there's a need to attach an addendum, the form tells us. It takes the guesswork out of that for us. Isn't that nice? So if you happen to forget that there's a mobile home provision in the additional provisions addendum, the form helps remind us of that. So just pay attention. The contract's here to help. And just pay attention when it throws a little trigger at you to grab a form. So to define the property, we're going to start with the street address, city, zip, county. It's in North Carolina. We got a blue note. Blue notes and red warnings were added to our documents, I don't know, 6 years ago, 8 years ago. Time gets away from me. And the whole point of a blue note and a red warning is to help draw our eye to it, help grab our attention. So again, don't ignore these blue notes and red warnings. This first note says governmental authority over taxes, zoning, school district utilities, and mail delivery may differ from the address shown. Have you guys ever had a situation or heard of a situation where the mailing address and the street address are 2 different things? The street address might be like Main Street, but it might be mailed to Route 8, you know, something.
Well, I had a Jamestown address, all my utilities were coming out of High Point. So I was subject to like High Point City, water and sewer were Jamestown, but yet everything was Jamestown proper.
Yep.
In terms of the address.
I think I do that too down here in Archdale, Deborah. My zip code is also a High Point zip code. So when I put in my zip code, sometimes it tries to pull up High Point. So, you know, when it auto populates, I mean, we got to pay attention to things that auto fill, right? So I just need to make sure that when it auto fills, it doesn't put in High Point. I need to change that to Archdale. So.
And I don't know why, not that it's government, but some folks, I've had a few people who are coming to visit with us for the first time here. And they put in the, you know, Google address for directions, but it will only show our address as Colfax, because Colfax is back right up to the back edge. I'm here off of Sandy Ridge and Ski Club.
Yeah.
But Colfax, so sometimes they can't find High Point certain, I don't know why, but it wants to show up as Colfax or not.
So
Very
Deborah,
strange.
Deborah, it sounds like you can see my wife go to the farmer's market every week.
Possibly, yeah. So I'm closer to, I'm only a quarter mile past Ski Club on Sandy Ridge, so.
Nice.
But yeah, little things like that. I remember I was really young when we first bought our first house there in Jamestown, and I was always perplexed as to why I'm paying for things out of High Point.
Right.
But I didn't pay City of High Point taxes. I paid Jamestown. So maybe they had a tax payback for those utilities. I don't know, but it was weird.
Interesting. Very interesting.
And here in Kernersville, we're serviced from the city of Winston-Salem for the water. So I actually write out my bill comes from the city of Winston-Salem.
Interesting. So that's exactly what this note is saying. We can't rely on that stuff, can we? So in addition to the street address, because we got, I mean, all three of us just have story of a discrepancy with our address, right? So because of that, in addition to the street address, we're also going to do the legal description. And you can see here that we are told to complete all applicable. So we're going to have to, again, maybe this is an MLS. If not, you know, you can find it in GIS. Here's a plat reference with a lot number, a block section number, subdivision or condominium, as shown on plat book and slide at page whatever, the tax pin or other identification number of the property, any kind of other legal description, and some or all the property may be described in deed book and page number. So when it comes to the legal description, the more we can fill in, the more that's applicable, I think the easier it is for the lender and even possibly the attorney to help make sure we are all talking about the same property. Then we're going to define the purchase price, and we're going to break all this down and look at it. But I just kind of want to point out the purchase price starts with the agreed upon amount of the purchase price. And what we're going to do is come through and deduct anything applicable. And when we get to the bottom, we're going to have a balance. So we're going to start with how much is the buyer willing to pay the seller? What's that purchase price? We're going to deduct, you can see briefly here, we got due diligence, earnest money. We'll talk about all that in just a second. But then the very last line here is the balance of the purchase in cash at settlement, some or all of which may be paid with the proceeds of a new loan. I hope this sounds simple, but y'all need to make sure that this top line minus everything in between, excuse me, equals the balance. And I think the problem comes in is when we start negotiating due diligence and earnest money. So I think the first time we put this in, it all adds up or subtracts out, right? But then once we start changing some of these numbers at the very end, make sure the top line minus everything in between equals that bottom line. So let's talk about the stuff in between. Again, the purchase price is paid in US dollars upon the following terms. And the first possible deduction we have is the due diligence fee. We will define the due diligence fee. We will talk more about the due diligence period on the second page. So we'll actually define it. That's why it's all in caps. Excuse me. So the due diligence fee is made payable and delivered to the seller when? By the effective date. The question always comes in, when is due diligence due? Page 1 of the contract tells us due diligence is due when? By the effective date, and we will define the effective date on page 2. We can do due diligence fee by cash, personal check, official bank check, wire transfer, or an electronic transfer. Remember, the parties have to agree to this. So if we want to do wire transfer, both parties have to agree to it. If we want to do Cash App, both parties have to agree to it. There was new verbiage added to the contract this time about wire transfer. So we'll see that on the second page as well. You may need to get lender approval. Just tuck that in the back of your brain. The lender may need to approve the wire transfer or the Cash App or whatever. Lenders have to be able to source where the due diligence and the earnest money comes from. So we want to just make sure they're on board so we can give our buyers credit for these at closing. After due diligence, we have initial earnest money, and we'll see additional earnest money. We'll talk about the difference in just a second. So another deduction could be by initial earnest money deposit made payable and delivered to the escrow agent named in paragraph 1F that we will identify. Cash, personal check, official bank check, wire transfer, electronic transfer within 5 days of the effective date. So we need to understand, we got 2 dates now, don't we? We got the due diligence fee due by the effective date. We got the earnest money due within 5 days of the effective date. Again, this was another change. This used to say 5 days or with this contract. So they took that option out for us, and now they just said, and that within is important, within 5 days of the contract. And you may have additional earnest money made payable and delivered to the escrow agent named in F1 no later than 5 p.m. on this date. This is a drop dead date and time. Earnest money is due by 5 p.m. on this date. And it can be cash, official bank check, wire transfer, electronic transfer. You will note with additional earnest money, personal check is not an option. Usually the way additional earnest money works, it's usually payable closer to settlement. A common way to handle, none of this is right or wrong. There's, the parties can agree to anything. But a common way to see is initial earnest money at contract formation, additional earnest money due by 5 p.m. on our due diligence date. So what we're saying is, if we're negotiating, if the buyer's going to move forward, they're going to put some more money down in earnest money. I've seen cases where there is no initial earnest money. It's all additional earnest money. And that additional is due at the end of the due diligence date. Again, there's no wrong way to do this if we have to. It's all an agreement by the parties. So if the parties agree to split up the earnest money, or if the parties agree to do 0 initial and 5,000 additional, then that's what we can do. What questions do I have on that? I mean, if you think about it, the additional, the 0 initial, right? And then what, just making something up here, 5,000 additional. I mean, that kind of makes sense too, doesn't it? Because earnest money is just hanging out in an escrow account, yes? And if the buyer terminates within due diligence, they're going to get that earnest money back. So this doesn't affect anything here, really. It could just be that if the buyer moves forward, now you got to put in some money. Now you got to put in that $5,000 additional earnest money. We'll see earnest money deposit defined in just a minute. and it lumps them together. Initial and additional serve the same purpose. We'll also talk a little bit more about earnest money when we're done with the contract. Questions or comments on that earnest money? Okay. Another thing we could deduct for is by assumption of the unpaid principal balance and all obligations of seller on the existing loan secured by a deed of trust on the property. In accordance with the attached, we're instructed to use a form. So if you're doing with the buyers assuming the seller's loan, we have a form, a pre-printed form for us to use. If we're going to do seller finance, then we're going to put some money down in accordance with the seller financing addendum. And if we're going to do a building deposit, then we're going to do it in accordance with the attached new construction addendum. So again, I think it's really helpful that our contract tells us when to use a form. If you have this situation, you use this form, and I find that very handy. We're not going to look at the loan assumption or the seller financing addendum, although those are in there. So if you guys want to look at them, you can, you're welcome to. We'll look briefly at the new construction addendum when we look at our forms. I've never seen a situation where every single one of these lines are filled in. I can't tell you how. I mean, could you imagine a builder doing seller financing, assuming the loan? This isn't going to happen. So you're not going to have a situation with every single line. All right. I think really what we see are the first, due diligence and the two earnest monies, possibly a building deposit if it's new construction. But either way, as long as the top minus everything in between equals the bottom, the balance due.
So your blank on that, would a 0 or an NA be
Yes.
appropriate?
Yes, I would put a 0 in because that's a great question, Ronnie. Thank you. I would be clear. I'm giving you $0 for the assumption. I'm giving you $0 for seller financing. Other questions or comments on that? Again, we're just defining how it's going to be paid, the purchase price. Just to point a couple things out at the bottom of page 1, you can see we're rocking the Realtor R here. This form is jointly approved by the North Carolina Bar Association and the North Carolina Association of Realtors. So it gives us the source. We have our equal housing opportunity logo. And then the form tells you this is standard form 2T, and it tells you when the last revision was. So this just happened on July 1st. And we got the new stuff in here for you guys. We'll talk about initials in just a second. This blue note at the top of page 2 is another addition, another thing that was added in the forms this past update. If the parties agree that buyer will pay any fee or deposit described above by electronic or wire transfer, seller agrees to cooperate in effecting such transfer, including the establishment of any necessary account and providing any necessary information to the buyer, provided, however, the buyer shall be responsible for additional costs, if any, associated with such transfer. So again, if we're going to do due diligence by wire transfer or electronic funds, the seller's got to be willing to provide their bank information. If they're not willing to do that, then we may need to go back and do, cashier's check or something else. But if the parties agree to do wire transfer, then the seller has got to agree to release their banking information so we can get it to them. With the addition of this note, this actually brought up a good conversation in my firm. The last page of this contract that we'll see on Wednesday, the last page of this contract is acknowledgement for receipts of money. So for example, if we have a check, the listing agent probably touches the check, right? They get it from the buyer and then the listing agent takes it to the seller. But if you're doing a wire transfer, the listing agent's probably not touching it, right? It's going straight from buyer to seller. So the only time the listing agent should acknowledge receipt is when they actually touch it, when it actually goes in their hand. If it's a wire transfer, the listing agent shouldn't sign for that because they don't want to be responsible for something that they never touched. So wire transfer, all these kind of things, they may change the way we do business just a little bit. We'll see. Again, my advice to you guys is make sure the lender is good with a wire transfer for due diligence and earnest money. Just make sure, just run it by the lender and make sure.
What if at this point you don't have an official lender?
You're a cash buyer,
Yeah,
then then we don't have to source. See, that's the thing. The lenders, they got to source where all that money's coming from. If there's no lender, then I don't care. It could come from money that's stuffed in your mattress or buried in your backyard. You know what I'm saying? But the lender doesn't like that. They want to know that it came from a bank. That's what we're telling everybody. I mean, some people out there follow Dave Ramsey to the T. And Dave tells you, one of the big things that Dave teaches you is to have different envelopes. So you have a vacation envelope and a house envelope, and you put X amount into your different envelopes each pay. So now you're building money towards your vacation and Christmas and buying a house and everything. The problem with that is now these people have big caches of big envelopes of cash for due diligence, because that's what Dave Ramsey told him to do. And the lender's going, but you got to source it. Where did it come from? So we're starting to say, if you think you want to buy, if you're cash to buy a house, get it in the bank now, because 2 years from now, right, you're going to want to buy that house. So I'm not saying anything bad about Dave Ramsey. I'm just saying, if you follow that logic, the lender's going to have a lot of questions. And unless you can prove, I took $5 from each paycheck and put it in this envelope, the lender can't source it. And that's where things can get very tricky. So if you want to buy a house in a couple of years, go ahead and get it in the bank now, get it out of your backyard or out of your mattress, wherever that cash is, and get it in the bank so they can source it, so they can have it. Good question. Thank you. Should the buyer fail to deliver either the due diligence fee or any initial earnest money deposit by their due dates, or should any check or other funds paid by the buyer be dishonored for any reason by the institution upon which the payment is drawn, buyer shall have 1 banking day after written notice to deliver cash, official bank check, wire transfer, or electronic transfer to the payee. We'll break all this down in a second. In the event the buyer does not timely deliver the required funds, seller shall have the right to terminate this contract upon written notice to buyer, and seller shall be entitled to recover the due diligence fee together with the earnest money deposit paid or to be paid in the future. In addition, the seller may be entitled to recover reasonable attorney fees and court costs. We have paragraph 23 for parties' rights to attorney's fees incurred in collecting the earnest money or the due diligence. So let's talk about what we just said. Due diligence is due on the effective date. Initial earnest money is due within 5 days of the effective date. Our contract tells us that. Yes, we've already defined that. If the buyer's late, or sometimes these things bounce. So if either check is dishonored, the buyer shall have 1 banking day to deliver. Once again, you will note, personal check is not an option. Your first check from me already bounced. I don't want another check from you. Now, the second time around, I need readily available funds, cash, official bank check, wire transfer, electronic transfer. So the seller provides the buyer 1 banking day after written notice to deliver the funds. If the buyer does not deliver the funds, then the seller shall have the right to terminate this contract. I actually got a form. I'll pull it up while we're on break and look at it when we come back. But there's a form to address this, where the seller gives them that 1 banking day notice, or that notice. They have 1 banking day. If they can't produce it, the seller, does that mean they have to terminate? Well, of course not, but they have that right. And if they do, the due diligence and the earnest money is going to go to the seller. I think this comes up a lot. Some agents will feel that they don't have an executed contract if we don't have due diligence. That's not true. Due diligence does not make or break a contract. It's whatever the parties agree to. However, if the parties agree that there's going to be due diligence or earnest money and the buyer doesn't deliver, this is the seller's out. This is what the seller has for recourse. Questions on that? We define the earnest money deposit, the initial earnest money deposit, the additional earnest money deposit, and any other earnest monies paid or required to be paid in connection with this transaction. Collectively, the earnest money deposit shall be deposited promptly and held in escrow by the escrow agent until closing, at which time it will be credited to the buyer or until this contract is otherwise terminated. In the event this offer is not accepted or a condition of any resulting contract is not satisfied, then the earnest money deposit shall be refunded to the buyer. Again, we're instructed to see paragraph 23 for remedies. We'll see that on Wednesday. So what we're saying here, first off, if this contract is not accepted, you may have cases where the buyer hands their agent the earnest money and says, like, hang on to this for me until we form a contract. We're still negotiating the offer, but the buyer's still handing out the earnest money. What if that offer never becomes a contract, though? If the offer never becomes a contract, then the buyer doesn't owe anything, right? So if they ask you to hang on to money, your firm policy may dictate, but we're in the throes of the negotiations, they ask you to hang on to money, and then the offer never becomes a contract, we need to get it right back to the buyer or have them tell us how to dispose of it. The second piece of this is a condition of any resulting contract is not satisfied. We're going to learn that that pretty much is saying our due diligence period. If we don't go on after due diligence, then the earnest money is going to be refunded to the buyer. And again, we'll define all that as we go. Then we have the escrow agent. We're going to put the name of the firm that's holding the earnest money, not the individual agent, but the name of the listing firm, not the individual attorney, but the name of the attorney's firm. Now, obviously, if the attorney's firm is their name, that's the name we're going to put, but we want the name of the firm that's going to be the escrow agent. Buyer and seller consent to disclose by the escrow agent of any material facts pertaining to the earnest money deposit to the parties of this transaction, their agent, and the buyer's lender. Here's a blue note. In the event of a dispute between seller and buyer over the disposition of the earnest money deposit held in escrow, a licensed real estate broker is required by state law, and the escrow agent, if it's not the broker, to retain the earnest money deposit in the escrow agent's trust or escrow account until escrow agent has obtained a written release from the parties consenting to its disposition or until disbursement is ordered by a court of competent jurisdiction. Alternatively, if a broker or an attorney licensed to practice in North Carolina is holding the earnest money deposit, the broker or the attorney may deposit the disputed monies with the appropriate clerk of courts in accordance with this general statute. If we terminate, we're going to see as we go, the contract is pretty clear about what happens to the earnest money if we terminate. We'll spell it out actually in just a bit. If we terminate, though, both parties have to sign to release the earnest money. Both parties have to sign. So whether it's going to the seller or the buyer, both parties have to sign to release that. And if they don't sign to release that, then the earnest money is considered in dispute. And what this provision is saying is that if the earnest money is in dispute, the escrow agent can't decide. So unless we have a written release from both parties, the escrow agent has just got to sit on it. After a certain amount of time, and I don't remember what that certain amount of time is, but after a certain amount of time, then they can release it to the clerk of courts and let the two go hash it out in small claims courts. But bottom line, the escrow agent cannot, even if they're an attorney, cannot make the decision about what has to happen to that earnest money. Because it's not their money to decide, is it? It's the buyers and sellers' money. That's why they're that impartial holding ground. I get asked this question a lot, so here it is. The parties agree that a real estate brokerage firm acting as an escrow agent may place the earnest money deposit in an interest-bearing account, and that any interest earned therein shall be dispersed to the escrow agent monthly in consideration with the expenses incurred by maintaining such account and records associated therewith. So can the earnest money go in an interest-bearing account? Yeah, as long as the parties agree to it. And in this case, they've agreed to it. Questions so far? 1.5 into 16. We just keep trucking along. All right, let's go ahead and take our break. I guess this is our last one for today. So we will take 10 and we come back. We'll see how far into this contract we can get. So I got 3:30, so let's come back at 3:40. So a couple things I did find, I knew it had to be there somewhere. I was looking right at it. So in the file from Learn Test Pass with the forms, 2G is the guidelines to complete standard form 2T. So we do have that here for you guys. And again, you'll have that in your electronic signatures program, whatever it is you're using at your firm. And just so you guys know, you can always get all forms and all samples of forms at NCAR's website. So once you are there, once you're a member, you can get access. You'll need your NERDS number, I call it, your NRDS number you get from NAR, and you'll need that. But I do, anytime we're giving a form to a consumer, it needs to be a sample. We don't want to give them a tool to run around on the streets, to be able to do something with it. So make sure you're giving sample, and NCAR houses all those sample forms. The other thing I wanted to look at real quick is form 355T. This is notice to buyer to deliver cash, official bank, check, wire transfer, electronic transfer. So again, this pretty much just took the paragraph from the offer to purchase and contract and put it in nice bullet points for us. If the buyer agrees to deliver due diligence and earnest money, if the buyer fails to deliver that money, or should they be dishonored, the buyer shall have 1 banking day after written notice to deliver readily available funds. In the event the buyer does not timely deliver, seller shall have the right to terminate. If the buyer has failed to deliver, we're going to check 1, the due diligence, the initial earnest money, or the following check or other funds paid by the buyer has been dishonored. So we're going to identify. Seller shall hereby demand that buyer deliver readily available funds within 1 banking day. And then this is just notice, only the seller signs this one. This is just notice to the buyer that either I haven't gotten it on time or I got it in a bounce. So all the contract says is that the seller provide written notice to the buyer. So technically an email would suffice. But if you want an official looking form, this might look a little bit better than an email. So again, that's 355T, and you have it in your NCAR forms bank. So there's that. It's not in the forms in Learn Test Pass though. You don't have that one. So you'll have to go to your member or ask me and I'll send it to you. All right. So we defined who the escrow agent is. We're still defining things. So let's define next. We got the effective date. The effective date is the date that the last one of buyer and seller has signed or initialed this offer or the final counter offer, if any, and 2, such signing or initialing is communicated to the party making the offer or counter offer, as the case may be. So remember when we talked about this last week, and we'll see it again Wednesday or Monday, there's this magic moment in time when it goes from being an offer to a contract. The last offeree signs, and then communication of acceptance crosses that line. So that's what we're saying the effective date is. I think most of the time the effective date is both activities happen on the same day. But what if you're in the throes of negotiation, it's late at night, one party signs at 11:45 p.m. and communication's not delivered until 12:15 a.m. The effective date is when?
The next day.
The next day, that's right. So we got to have both of them, both steps. Like I said, usually it's going to be the same date, but the contract will define for us when that effective date is. The parties acknowledge and agree that the initial lines at the bottom of each page of the contract are merely evidence of them having reviewed the terms of the page, and that the complete execution of such lines shall not be condition of the effectiveness of this agreement. So I'm going to go back up for 1 second. And as we're saying here, each page has a place for the parties to sign. If they forget to sign the bottom of page 1, this contract is still valid. I mean, initial, excuse me. If they forget to initial the bottom of page 1, this contract's still valid. All they're saying when they initial each page is they've read page 1 and they're good with it. They've read page 2, they've read page 3. I think in the electronic world, it's harder to skip initials fields because it used to be back in the day, you put all those silly tabs on everything that said sign here and date here. And one of those could fall off or we could forget about one. So I think in the, like those silly tabs, that's right. So, so I think in the E world, it's easier to get everybody's initial because they can't finish signing until they have signed everything or initialed everything that you've sent to them. But just know it doesn't affect the validity of a contract. That's what we're saying here. All right, now we define due diligence. Due diligence is the buyer's opportunity to investigate the property and the transaction contemplated by this contract, including but not necessarily limited to matters described below in paragraph 4, to decide whether the buyer in the buyer's sole discretion will proceed with or terminate this transaction. Due diligence is the buyer's opportunity to investigate the property, learn as much as they possibly can, and then decide, now knowing what I know, do I want to move forward with or do I want to terminate this transaction? The due diligence fee is a negotiated amount, if any, paid by the buyer to the seller with this contract for the buyer's right to terminate for any reason or no reason during the due diligence period. The buyer is paying the seller for their right to terminate. For what reason? Maybe they have a really good reason. Maybe they don't. Maybe they just literally wake up next day and say, nah, I don't want this house. They have that right to terminate. That's what they paid for. There's a common misconception out there that what the buyer is paying the seller for is to take their home off the market, not allow any more showings, that kind of stuff. Seller doesn't have to take their home off the market. Seller can still have showings. The seller could get a backup offer. Seller doesn't have to stop showings because they accept this contract. What the buyer's paying for is the right to terminate. And if they do terminate, they've exercised that right. Guys, in other words, what we're saying here is the seller can't go after the buyer. The buyer paid for that right. The due diligence fee shall be the property of the seller upon the effective date and shall be a credit to the buyer at closing. The due diligence fee shall be non-refundable, except in the event of material breach of this contract by the seller, or if the contract is terminated under paragraph 23B, we'll get there. So really the only chance the buyer may have of getting their due diligence back is if the seller's in breach. The consequences for seller breach are much harsher than buyer breach. And we'll talk about this more when we look at remedies on Wednesday. But the reason they're more harsher for the seller than the buyer, I mean, the seller's the one that initiated all this to begin with by putting a for sale sign in the yard, right? The seller's the one that started all this by saying, my house is for sale, bring me an offer. So the consequences are much harsher for the seller. Buyer and seller each expressly waive any right that they may have to deny the right to conduct due diligence or to assert any defenses to the enforceability of this contract based on the absence or alleged insufficiency of any due diligence fee. It being the intent of the parties to create a legally binding contract for the purchase and sale of the property without regard to the existence or amount of any due diligence fee. Again, paragraph 23 is our breaching contract rights to attorney's fees, etc. I think it's important that we understand that this is a negotiated amount. There is no formula. There is no, well, if the sales price is this, the due diligence should be that. The Real Estate Commission is very helpful with this. And what the Real Estate Commission tells us is that the due diligence fee is whatever the buyer is willing to offer and the seller is willing to accept. Gee, thanks. It's a completely negotiated amount. So if the buyer offers 0 and the seller accepts 0, we have created a legally binding contract with 0. Completely negotiated. I just had a former student reach out to me last week, said, you know, How do I know how much due diligence? Well, it's negotiable. I mean, what's your buyer willing to risk? What's your, what's the seller willing to, well, that's what my BIC told me. All right. All right. So now you got two of us telling you the same thing. Questions on that due diligence or due diligence fee? This is what we have to explain to buyers. Buyers generally don't like this, right? And it even tells us it's non-refundable except in the breach of the seller, or paragraph 23B is like if the house burns down. So we'll see that in just a bit. The due diligence period is defined as the period beginning on the effective date and extending through 5 p.m. on whatever date we put in here. Time being of the essence. Remember, time being of the essence is our drop dead date and time. So due diligence is until 5 p.m. on July 18th at 5:01. If the buyer terminates for any reason, they're not going to get their earnest money back. Again, there was a trend a couple years ago. I don't know if it's still going on or not, but it seemed like there was a trend. Buyers agents were asking for more due diligence time after due diligence. Yeah, so let's say due diligence is up on the 18th at 5 p.m. On July 18th at 5 p.m., we're done, we're out, due diligence is over. But what they were doing was calling like on Wednesday and saying, can we have more due diligence time? There is no going back. If you have to ask for more time, do so while we are still in due diligence. Can the parties agree to extend this date while we're still in due diligence? Of course they can. What would make a seller agree to more time? If you want the seller more time, what's one thing that can talk loudly?
Money.
More money. So as a buyer's agent, if you really want your buyer to get more time, maybe you offer the seller more money. You guys with me? But once due diligence is over, there's no going back. So I don't know where that started, but I'm on a personal mission to end it. So, and it starts here with like me, with you guys. So don't do that. Once we're out of due diligence, there is no going back. Coming up on page 3, we're still defining stuff. We're still on a first provision here. Settlement is defined as the proper execution and delivery to the closing attorney of all documents necessary to complete the transaction contemplated by this contract, including the deed, settlement statement, deed of trust, and other loan or conveyance documents, and the closing attorney's receipt of all funds necessary to complete such transaction. So settlement is when we go with our clients to the attorney's office. The attorney's getting signatures, they're collecting monies from the buyer and the seller if applicable. Settlement date, then, the parties agree that settlement will take place on this date, otherwise, unless otherwise agreed in writing, at a time and place designated by the buyer. You will note the settlement date does not have a time being of the essence. It's only the due diligence date that has that time being of the essence. And the reason for that is because delays in settlement just happen. They happen so much that we have a blue note telling us to see paragraph 12 that specifically addresses delay in settlement. We'll see that when we look at it, when we get to it. After you and I and our buyers and sellers leave the settlement table, then the attorney proceeds and does closing. Closing is defined as the completion of the legal process, which results in the transfer of title to the property from seller to buyer, which includes the following steps. Step 1, we have to have settlement that we defined above. Step 2, the completion of a satisfactory title update to the property following the settlement. Step 3 is the closing attorney's receipt of authorization to disperse all necessary funds. And the fourth and final step, recordation in the appropriate county register of deeds, registry, the deed and the deed of trust, if any, which shall take place as soon as reasonably possible for the closing attorney after settlement. So once we leave, the attorney, let's just say the attorney puts their finishing touches on things. Remember we said last week, they got to send that loan package back to the lender. Once the lender approves that signed loan package, then they release their funds. So when the buyers they're signing, they don't have the funds yet. We're just collecting the buyers and the sellers if applicable, but we're not going to get that wire transfer until the lender has seen the signed closing loan package. And then the last step, the last act, is the recordation of the deed and the deed of trust, if any, in the county where the property is located. So the attorney is going to record at the register of deeds in the county where the property is located. Most of the time, settlement and closing can happen on the same day. So once you guys start scheduling closings with attorneys, 3 o'clock is 3:30 is about as late as they will schedule closing, because that gives them time to have the closing and then get all that down at the register of deeds before 5 p.m. Attorneys aren't working past 5, register of deeds isn't working past 5. So we got to get those, get that deed and deed of trust down there. Once the attorney submits it electronically, they wait for confirmation from the register of deeds. So once they get that confirmation, that's when they send you and I get an email. This is my favorite email of all times. The email is very short, sweet, and to the point. It says, "We are on record." And while that says a whole lot, what it tells me is it's time to go back to the attorney's office and get my check. If I have the buyer's keys securely in my pocket, we'll talk about possession in just a bit, then I can give the keys. Then I can give them access. I can go get my check. But not until I get that email that says we are on record. Then and only then do we know it's a done deal. What if things happen between settlement and closing? Does the internet go down sometimes? Do we have power outages sometimes? Could the attorney find something in the title search, that last title search? Things could still happen between settlement and closing. So while everybody works really hard for both to happen on the same day, always have your parties to have a plan B, because there's been times where, we talked about a couple of these last week. The lender gets the package and says, oops, you missed a signature, and we can't get a hold of the buyer to come back to the closing attorneys to sign. They're not going to release their funds until they have all those signatures. Like we said, the internet could go down, things can happen. So always, even as we're leaving the attorney's office, let your buyers know this isn't a done deal. And if it rolls over until tomorrow, it's still not their property until this happens. Comments on that? Upon closing, the proceeds of sale shall be dispersed by the closing attorney in accordance with the settlement statement and provisions of this chapter 45A of the North Carolina General Statutes. If the title update should reveal unexpected liens, encumbrances, or other title defects, or if the closing attorney is not authorized to disperse all necessary funds, then the closing shall be suspended and the settlement deemed delay under paragraph 12, or delay in settlement closing. Here's our first big red warning. The North Carolina State Bar has determined that the performance of most acts and services required for a closing constitutes the practice of law. It must be performed only by an attorney licensed to practice law in North Carolina. State law prohibits unlicensed individuals or firms from rendering legal services or advice. Although non-attorney settlement agents may perform limited services in connection with a closing, they may not perform all acts and services required to complete a closing. A closing involves significant legal issues that should be handled by an attorney. Accordingly, it is the position of the North Carolina Bar Association and the North Carolina Bar Association of Realtors, North Carolina Association of Realtors, that all buyers should hire an attorney licensed in North Carolina to perform a closing. As we said last week, I think this comes up. This is going to be popular when you have buyers moving here from another state. Remember, other states may do a different type of meeting. We call that an escrow meeting method. They're used to title insurance agents conducting settlement, not the attorney. So they very well may look at you and say, do I have to hire an attorney? And the answer is yes. If you're buying a house in the state of North Carolina, yes. And I got a big red warning to back me up on that. So thank you, Forms Committee. The last thing we're defining is special assessments. We're just defining it. We're going to talk future in the contract more about them. But just to define a special assessment, a charge against the property by a governmental authority in addition to ad valorem taxes and reoccurring governmental service fees levied with such taxes, or by an owners association in addition to any regular assessment or dues, either of which may be a lien against the property. Then we have a blue note that says buyers and sellers' respective responsibilities for the payment of special assessments are addressed in paragraphs 6 and 8. And actually they changed that. So I don't think they updated the note because that was another change they did on July 1st. We'll see that in just, well, Wednesday. Again, the first 2.5 pages we spent just defining things, terms and definitions, the people, the property, the monies, the various terms that we see. I mean, if nothing else, these first 2.5 pages is the conversation to have with buyers and sellers. Don't just put this in their hand and expect them to read this. Make sure that we're having conversations and they understand these terms. The second provision is on fixtures and exclusions, starts with a big red warning. The parties should not assume, couldn't it just pretty much end there? Do not assume. The parties should not assume that an item will or will not be included in the sale based on any oral or written statement or understanding that is not part of this contract. Buyer and seller should be specific when negotiating what items will be included or excluded from the sale. Fixtures are included in the purchase price. All existing fixtures are included in the sale as part of the purchase price, free of liens, unless excluded below. Then we got specified items. Buyer and seller agree that the following items, if present on the property on the date of this offer, that was a change last year. Any items, if present on the property on the date of the offer, shall be included in the sales as part of the purchase price, free of liens, unless excluded below. All items listed below, both traditional and smart versions, include both traditional and smart versions, and any exclusively dedicated related equipment and or remote control devices. Again, smart was a change we saw a year or two ago. It was a more recent addition to our contract. Our homes are getting pretty smart, aren't they? And what this is saying is all those smart devices, and we'll see a little bit more about that in just a second. So then we have this fixture list. I'll let you guys, peruse this. These are the fixtures that are included when you're using 2T. If you're using a different contract, could the fixture list look a little different? Absolutely. So this is the most common. This is 2T's fixtures. Unless excluded, what we're saying is that these things are going to stay. Anything about fuel tanks, the big change we saw to our contract 18 days ago was anything about fuel tanks. It used to be one of those conversations that was scattered throughout the form, but now they have one nice, neat paragraph just for fuel tanks. So we'll see that fuel tanks addressed much better than they ever have been before, but they took them out of the fixture list because they included them in another paragraph. Unpairing or deleting data from devices. Prior to closing, seller shall unpair any devices that will convey from any personal property devices such as hubs, intelligent virtual assistants, mobile devices, vehicles, etc., with which they are paired. Delete personal data from any devices that will convey, and restore all devices to factory default settings unless otherwise agreed. Seller's obligations under this paragraph shall survive closing, which means they still have a duty to do it even if closing happens. This fixture list, this whole verbiage, everything here in B and C also shows up in our listing agreement. So this gives us the opportunity to have this conversation with our sellers before we ever list the property. And we need to talk to them about pairing and these smart devices. And, if you're going to take any of these fixtures with you, we need to have a conversation about it before I ever list the property. In a perfect world, the seller will take down the antique chandelier in the dining room and replace it with something that looks nice in that space. Don't leave me with a light bulb on a string, or, go out to Lowe's and get me another chandelier and put up. But ideally, the buyer never sees that antique chandelier and it's not a thing. But what if you got a stubborn seller that says, no, I've never not lived in this house with that chandelier up and I don't plan on starting now. I'm not going to take it down until I move out. And now I'm promoting the property. I'm taking pictures. I got buyers coming in for showings, looking at that chandelier. If I'm the listing agent, it's my responsibility to make sure any buyer that views that house knows that that chandelier is not going to convey, that chandelier is not going to be included. I mean, put it in your agent only remarks, put it in your, communications with other agents. Some cases you may want to go as far to put a tag on it that says does not convey. So there is zero confusion whatsoever. We'll look at second where to exclude that chandelier. I do want to point out, this is kind of funny. This is how petty people can get. Y'all love petty people stories. So this unpairing or deleting data from devices, this came to pass because transaction would close, seller didn't unpair, and they would drive up and down. They would drive past the house and mess with the new owners. They would turn the lights on and off and open the garage door, and everything that they had the power to do, they were driving down the road and doing it. Ain't that something? So these are adults, by the way, right? So now we have this provision that says you have to impair, and this shall survive closing. So even after closing, if we, I forgot to unpair for my Ring doorbell, I still have an obligation to do it. Have this conversation with your sellers, especially as our homes get smarter and smarter and smarter. Did y'all know you could get, this just still blows my mind. I'm not ready for this yet. You could get a smart refrigerator, and you can get like an app for your phone that, let's say if you're at the grocery store and you can't remember if you need milk, you can just pull up and look inside your refrigerator while you're standing in the grocery store and see if you need milk or not. I'm not there yet.
No, that's excessively useless.
I mean, I got a list where I can write down milk, I mean, that's where we are, that's where we are. And anything you can get an app for and pair with. I mean, the Ring doorbells are the big thing right now. Those are the big things right now. Comments on that? Questions?
Yeah, I was surprised when we sold the last place and the new owners didn't even want to change the code on the gate.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
See, they don't know who all you gave access to.
Right. I mean, the UPS guys got it. The FedEx guys got it.
I mean,
Various neighbors, our house cleaner,
crazy ex-girlfriend that, I mean, that goes back to the whole changing the locks. We don't know that you don't have a crazy ex-girlfriend that can't show up in the middle of the night and do whatever it is crazy ex-girlfriends do. So the new owners need to protect their families. And I agree with you, Ronnie. I am often surprised on how many buyers say, no, we don't need to change the locks. Please change the locks. You don't know who has a key. You don't know. So do it for your safety.
It was funny. We purchased that particular home, and there was a ton of doors. I mean, there was 7 sets of French doors in addition to everything else. So we had all the locks changed. So of course conveyed the keys and everything, every key that we had to everything. And I went back up a couple of days after closing. They was moving in. They, there was some stuff they asked for me to do. And he said, "What about the door at the laundry room? Our key won't work." I said, "Really?" So I took the keys and went over, and it wouldn't work. I guess 12 years ago, the locksmith missed that one, and we never went in and out that particular door. So we never.
went in. Wow. Yeah, that's just always, again, good advice, put that on your list of things to tell your buyers. But yeah, change the codes, so put everything back to factory default settings, unless agreed otherwise. Absolutely. And as technology grows, as our houses get smarter, and people sometimes just get petty. I don't know another way to put that. Sometimes they just get petty. Some of this verbiage, who knows what this could look like in the future. Here's a blue note. Any fixture or other item described in subparagraphs A and B that will not be part of the sale should be identified in subparagraphs D and E as applicable. So D is any items leased or not owned. Any item which is leased or not owned by the seller, such as, just for examples, antennas, satellite dishes, receivers, appliances, alarm and security systems, must be identified here and shall not convey. Remember, for the seller to convey it, they have to own it. So if it's leased and not owned, it's not considered real property just yet. It's still just considered personal property. I've had a case before, the owners, they were my buyers. The owners had CPI security system. And my buyers said, ooh, we like CPI security systems. So the sellers called CPI and said, can we transfer our contract to the new owners? And that way we didn't have to take down the equipment and go get new equipment, So you might be able to work something like that out. Again, that was up to CPI if that was allowed to happen or not, if the new owners were allowed to take. So just kind of keep that in mind, things that are leased or not owned. Any leased fuel identified, paragraph 7D is our new fuel tank section. This is the only other place I can think of that it mentions fuel until we actually get to that new paragraph. And then E, other items that do not convey. The following items shall not convey. And we're going to exclude under paragraph A and B. So anything here that's excluded, or anything, any fixture, may it be listed or not, any fixture, other items that do not convey. This is where we put in here, seller shall repair any damage caused by removal of any item listed excluded above. So they can't leave a big hole in the wall. For example, they need to patch it. So then from fixtures, we go on to 3, which is personal property. The following personal property present on the property on the date of the offer shall be transferred to the buyer to closing at no value. So personal property is, hands down, the #1 negotiated personal property thing is the refrigerator. Hands down. Probably #2, right behind it, is the washer dryer. Anything's negotiable, right? You guys will work with buyers, and some of them are funny guys, and they'll walk in the garage and they'll see the Jaguar in the garage and they'll say, does this come with the house? Anything's negotiable. Money talks, right? So if you want to make an offer to the seller that includes the house and the Jag, money talks. Let's see.
Yeah, my buyer fell in love with the John Deere and put it on that line, and then the lender said, no, we're not gonna.
You're not good. So you guys had to do an outside bill of sale, right?
Yeah.
Because through the eyes of the lender, they're financing a John Deere trailer for 30 years. You know what I'm saying? I mean, because it tells us right here at no value. So you may, and that's what this note is telling us here, Ronnie. Any personal property that will be part of the sale should be identified in this paragraph. Buyers advised to consult with their lender to assure that the personal property item above can be included in this contract. So I'd say refrigerator, washer, dryer, anything much past that, you may want to get, just pick up the phone and call the lender. Sometimes they may have primary suites furniture or dining room suite, something like that. Just make sure it's okay with the lender. And like Ronnie said, we could always do an outside bill of sale and just let the buyer pay with a cashier's check, something like that. When you're filling in personal property and fixtures, be specific. Don't be generic and say the refrigerator. The story out there, you guys probably heard it in pre-licensing. I heard it in pre-licensing. The story out there is that Put the refrigerator in for personal property. Buyer moves in after closing. And in the kitchen where the refrigerator, the big refrigerator should be, is a little 2-shelf dorm room fridge. Did the seller do what they were contractually obligated to do? Did they
They
leave
have
a
a
fridge?
refrigerator.
They left a
They have-
refrigerator. Was it the fridge that the buyer wanted? Probably not. So be specific. 2-door stainless steel Whirlpool refrigerator. If you can get to a serial number or a model number, sometimes they're on the inside doors when you open. Don't try to move the refrigerator to get the model number. But if you can get to it, maybe even snap a few pictures. I would caution you from saying the fridge that was in the property at the time of showing. Because again, unless you have proof about specifically what refrigerator that is, that could come down to a he said, she said. So if you're going to do something like that, I would snap pictures, but I would be more
And also,
inclined to say,
the seller could claim that it stopped working, it was no longer available, and I replaced it with the best thing I could.
yeah, that's exactly right. So what we're trying to do is avoid the he said, she said, trying to keep these parties out of court. Try to be as specific as we can. Again, you don't want to move the refrigerator to get the model number. You don't want to move the washer and dryer, but just get as much information. Y'all want to hear the best thing that I ever got to put in personal property? I got to put in, and I was specific, the Addams Family Values pinball machine.
Probably collectors.
They had a game room in the basement and it looked like a whole lot of fun down there. But one thing they had down there was a pinball machine. And my buyers went, ooh, we want that. And the seller said, oh, thank God we didn't want to move it anyway. I've never moved a pinball machine, but they made it seem like it was a task. So they said,
Yeah,
it's
got to stay in balance, it's.
Yeah, you can't let it. So they were like, yes, you can have it. And I ran it by the lender and he laughed and said, whatever, Julie. And so I got to put in the Addams Family Value pinball machine. Do you hear me though? I ran it by the lender because that's something that kind of went above and beyond the refrigerator and I don't really know what those things go for, but everybody was thrilled. You're right. It could have been I bet you if it was a collector's item, they wouldn't have gotten it though.
Yeah.
Any questions about fixtures or personal property? Okay. Moving right along, we're on page 5 already. Provisions 4, 5, and 6 are all about the buyer. So if you're working with the buyer, you may want to point 4, 5, and 6 out to them. These are your provisions. These are your paragraphs. So 4 is the buyer's due diligence process. And it starts with not just a big red warning, but a big red warning, all caps and bold. Buyer is strongly encouraged to conduct due diligence during the due diligence period. If buyer is not satisfied with the results or progress of buyer's due diligence, buyer should terminate this contract prior to the expiration of the due diligence period, unless the buyer can obtain a written extension from the seller. Seller is not obligated to grant an extension. Although buyer may continue to investigate the property following the expiration of the due diligence, buyer's failure to deliver a termination notice to seller prior to the expiration of the due diligence period will constitute a waiver by buyer of any right to terminate this contract based on the matter relating to the buyer's due diligence. Provided, however, following the due diligence period, buyer may still exercise a right to terminate if the seller fails to materially comply with any of the seller's obligations or for any other reason permitted under the terms of this contract or North Carolina law. Just because due diligence is over doesn't mean the buyer has to stop investigating. If you think about it, they're investigating up until settlement, aren't they? Aren't we doing the final walkthrough on our way to the closing attorney's office? So the buyer doesn't stop investigating. The only thing the buyer gives up at the end of due diligence is their right to terminate. That's it. That's all they're giving up. When due diligence is over, so is their right to terminate. So technically what we're saying here, the buyer's not in breach if they unless they terminate after due diligence. Because during due diligence, that's that right that they have, that they paid for. I had buyers once, and there was a really old tree next to a really old house, and there were concerns about some of those roots and the structures. And my buyer said, we don't have any money. We can't, because they said you need to talk to a structural engineer. That was the home inspector's response. He said, you need to talk. She said, we don't have any money. They said, well, we'll just have to continue. After due diligence, they had a family member offer to pay for the structural engineer. So I called the listing agent to schedule the appointment. She called me back. Her seller was upset and crying, and how could we do this to her? And I was like, what is she talking about? What are we doing to her? The seller thought that they were going to have the structural engineer and terminate. I'm like, well, maybe they are, maybe they're not, but they're going to lose out on their due diligence too. They just wanted it. Now they had money. Now they had it available. They just wanted it for their own knowledge. And that's when they don't lose their right to inspect. They can inspect and investigate up until settlement. All they're losing is that right to terminate. Simmer down. So during the buyer's due diligence process, the biggest thing is the loan. Buyer at buyer's expense shall be entitled to pursue qualification for and approval of the loan, if any. Blue note tells us there is no loan or appraisal contingencies. This was just added on July 1st. The loan contingency, no loan contingency has always been there, but now they've added appraisal contingency. So there is no loan or appraisal contingency in this offer to purchase and contract. Therefore, buyers advised to consult with buyer's lender prior to signing this offer to assure that the due diligence period allows sufficient time for the loan process and for the buyer's lender to provide buyers sufficient information to decide whether to proceed with or terminate this transaction. Once you start working with lenders a little bit, you'll have an idea of their timeline, so you'll know how much they need due diligence. If you're working with a lender for the first time, the recommendation is that you call them and say, I'm drafting up an offer for our buyer. How much time do you need? How much due diligence do you usually recommend? The lender's the one that we need to get. The loan process is the longest part of the contract to closing process. So we want to make sure from the lender that we get enough time. This is where it gets tricky. Very rarely do we have loan approval while we're still in due diligence. Very, very rare. In all my years, I've only known one buyer to get loan approval while we were still in due diligence. But hopefully what we can do during due diligence is get the appraisal ordered and back and get the loan through the first round of underwriting. And what we get out of the first round of underwriting is a pretty good idea. So if we allow enough time to get the appraisal back, to get the loan through the first round, come out of due diligence, or before we're out of due diligence, we still don't have loan approval, but we know the lender has a pretty good idea of whether or not we're going to get that approval or not. Still no guarantees, but a pretty good idea. So the buyer has to decide, again, that's all part of their due diligence period, to decide whether to proceed with or terminate the transaction. Then we talk about the property investigation. Buyer or buyer's agents or representatives at the buyer's expense shall be entitled to conduct all desired tests, surveys, appraisals, investigations, examinations, and inspections of the property as the buyer deems appropriate, including but not limited to. And we've already talked about this stuff, so we're just going to kind of briefly go through this because we've already had a good conversation about. So here's their inspections: home inspections, pest inspections, asbestos, radon. Review of documents, if it's in an HOA, if we haven't already, help them get those hands on those covenants, bylaws, articles of incorporations. It's recommended that the buyer review the residential property and owner's disclosure statement provided by the seller. We will address that on Wednesday in our contract. Insurance, we got to get property insurance secured, appraisal, if a lender's involved, an appraisal is required. A survey to determine location of easements, setbacks, property boundaries, zoning and government regulations, investigation of current or proposed zoning or other government regulations, proposed road construction, school attendance zones, flood hazard, if the property's in a flood hazard, any or part of the property, utilities and access, water, sewer, electric, streets and roads, status of the street road upon which the property fronts, as well as other street road used to access the property, including whether or not they're private or public, whether any other streets designated public are accepted by maintenance by the state of North Carolina. If private or not accepted, the consequences and responsibilities for maintenance and its existence. And then special assessment, investigation of the existence of special assessment that may not be under consideration. Again, we'll see those in a minute. Fuel tanks used to be in this list. Again, they moved them to their own paragraphs, so we'll see that on Wednesday. I think, again, it's important to have a conversation with the buyers about the things that they should consider inspecting. I like that our contract gives us this nice, neat little list. You and I should keep in mind that is not limited to. So if there's something not on this list that your buyer wants to inspect or investigate, our answer as their agent is to say, okey doke, let's do it. I think I told you guys my pretty simple philosophy. If it's important to my buyer, then it's important to me. So if they want something inspected or investigated, we're going to do it. Don't look at them and say, well, it's not on that list, so we don't have to. So that gets us started on our buyer's due diligence process. We're going to end here today. So we'll pick back up here on Wednesday. Any questions about anything we went over today?
Actually, fairly straightforward.
Okay, cool. Well, we'll do it again on Wednesday, won't we? So on Wednesday, we're going to keep looking at our contract. We're going to look at lots of forms. Warning, Wednesday is forms day. You have been put on notice. So we're going to look at the rest of our forms. There's a couple other prorated things I want to talk about. So prorated rent, prorated assuming the buyer, assuming the seller's loan, how interest works, that kind of thing. So we'll talk about that. We're doing really good on time. I have no concern about getting through everything. So
Well,
when
that's
we
the
leave on Wednesday,
that's the advantage of having 2 students instead of 60.
I know. I'm concerned about pre-licensing, and we just started like a week and a half ago, but we'll get through it. So, so you guys have a great night. Have a good day tomorrow, and I will see you Wednesday at 11:30.
Take care.
Bye. Thank you.